Welcome to the Age of Dragons finale. Hi. It's Dragon Age Inquisition finale time, everybody. Aren't you excited? I hope so. I'm excited. Sort of. I say, you'll notice in the title I said it's a sort of finale. It's because I just want to reassure everyone I am going to do Trespasser. I am going to do what is the real end of the game, which is the Trespasser DLC. But this is the finale of the main campaign, and it's gonna, I guess, no spoilers, but, it's gonna wrap up some stuff. The big things are we're gonna accomplish our biggest goal. But yeah, what do I gotta say? We've had a very busy household today, with there being flies in the house. So that meant Pepper was losing her mind with excitement and chasing flies about and hunting. It's her favorite thing in the world. It's their best time of year for her. So, hold on one second. Sorry, I wanted to adjust my mic and then was like, I better mute while I do that. So stop talking. Yeah, it's her favorite time of year, bug hunting season. Very excited, very cute. And so Jess was worked up all day hunting bugs, wanting to play when she wasn't hunting bugs, and has now passed out and is napping and is very cute. So that's been I during the intro screen left my room and walked by Chromavision and Rosale Play's room, and Pepper, Beatty, and Tux just all passed out, and it's very cute. They're very cute. Cats are the best. They're just the cutest things. Yeah. So I started a bit late today, which, I'm not too surprised about, but I'm also not too worried about, because my recollection is that the finale of, and again, it's been a long time since I've played through all of Inquisition, but my recollection is that the finale does not take very long to go through. This will be like a regular length stream. It won't be like a short stream, but I don't think it'll be like a 5-hour Dragon Age stream as I have done in the past, but who knows? Anyway, all this to say that I'm not too worried about going way later than I intended to or anything like that. So yeah, we may even have some time to chat a bit about the game after, though I will say, we discussed this last time, but I will say that probably most of my Dragon Age discussion stuff, post-game discussion, will happen after the Trespasser DLC. Also, my original plan had been to do a short game between the end of Dragon Age Inquisition and starting the Trespasser DLC. I'm kind of tempted, then I was saying I was kind of tempted to just power through it because I have a hiatus coming up. So rather than play a different game and then have a whole other hiatus and then do the Trespasser DLC, just do it right away, right after. I think I am leaning towards that still, because I do think I have enough time. I don't think Trespasser will take me... I don't think it would take me more than 3 streams. There's a slight possibility I could do it in 1 if I did a longer one like I did with the Descent. But yeah. It's another one where it's like, there's not like a lot of side questy stuff for me to do off stream. And honestly, all the side questy-ish stuff, side quest stuff is like interacting with and catching up with all your pals, which I think we all want to see on stream anyway. So yeah, so we could have probably 2 streams I should aim for, as rather than trying to knock it all out in 1. The disaster would be if I started it and then couldn't get it done before I had to go on hiatus. That would be the worst case scenario. So there is a slight part of me that's like, well, maybe I should wait just to make sure. But then I don't know what my schedule looks like after August. So now I think is the time. Now I think is the time to do Trespasser. So we will probably, amusingly enough, have our big finale today, and then more finale, and then a couple more streams of different finale, different more giant epilogue, real ending. Yeah. Anyway, I'm just yammering at this point. I have created. Don't you worry. The tradition continues of me creating a previously on video for the finale of games that I have played before. I was trying to think if I've done it for every game that I've played before. And I haven't actually done that many games that I've played before, I think. I've done, my first 2 games I streamed were Detroit Become Human and Dragon Age Origins, which were both games that I had played before, and I did finale recaps, video recaps for both of those. And then for Dragon Age 2, I did one. And that's been it for the video recaps. But I think that's been it for games that I've played before, other than now Inquisition. The only one I didn't do one for that I had hoped to do one for was the Awakening expansion for Origins, and I just, I ran out of time to do it, and I felt like I could get away with it because it was an expansion rather than a different game. But in a perfect world, I would have made a finale recap for that. But anyway, they get a little bit longer each time, and the Detroit one was super easy to make. That one took me. That one I believe I wrote, recorded, and edited it all on the day of the finale. So that one was super easy. The other ones have all taken more work. There was Dragon Age 2 wasn't too hard to make. Dragon Age 2 was hard to make concise, and it did end up being like 11 minutes. But it was still at least slightly more linear than Origins. Origins and Inquisition similarly tricky to sift through and get the footage you need, because when did I do what quest? But the tradition of, I think Detroit was 6 minutes, Origins was 8 minutes, Dragon Age 2 was 11 minutes, and then this recap will be 13 minutes. So I'll be taking a little break, basically. Well, that goes on. But hopefully I'll be able to rein it in as we go along. There was a lot to go through, and I do like to be extra detailed. I like to take us through kind of everything that happened, and frankly, looking back at the Origins one, it's a miracle that it was only 8 minutes. But yeah, just cause, well, I learned that with this and with everything basically since Origins, because I used to write my stream, my recaps before each stream that I do. I used to write them for Origins, and then I kind of stopped doing that and just ramble to recap what happened. And I can ramble for like 20 minutes about what previously happened and get less detail out. So I may have to go back to writing recaps, because what I've learned from creating this one, that's 13 minutes. And is like recaps everything. That is still shorter than some of my recaps that have not been as detailed if I'm just rambling. So I need to write things out, is what I'm saying. Also proven by the fact that I am rambling right now. Yeah, so I guess I could just dive into that. It's sort of a situation where I'm like, do I wait to see if the regular, I don't know who's all free to actually watch the finale tonight. So I don't know if the usual gang is going to be here. So I'm like, do I wait and see if they're free before I play it? But it's going to be on YouTube, so they can watch it whenever. So I guess I should probably play it. Do I have any other announcements? I feel like no. I was out of town this Monday, so I didn't stream Witness, but the hope is for me to finish the Witness this coming Monday. Though I have to stop making promises to finish it, because that's just... I've been thinking I was going to finish it for several streams now, and it turns out I just had no idea how much was left every time. So Witness will finish, or we'll try to finish. We'll make our way more through the end this coming Monday, which is the 9th? Yeah, which is the 9th. And then I have to figure out what I'm doing next on Monday. I have some thoughts, but maybe I'll go through that on Monday. Same with what I'll do next after Trespasser. If I do Trespasser next instead of a smaller game, then I have to decide what I'm doing next for that. Something short that I can finish before hiatus time starts. And then I think during hiatus chaos schedule time is maybe when I'll start Mass Effect, because again, that's another series that I am. The original reason why I did Inquisition when I did it is because I was going to be busy, and therefore it would be an easy one for me to put down and pick up for chaos schedules and hiatuses. Mass Effect is a similar series that. So we might stay on the BioWare train and just hop series for a bit. Yeah. Other update is it's really warm in my room, and I was going to try and not have my fan on, but I'm turning it on. I hope it isn't too annoying in the background. Let me know if it is. I guess I can try to not have it, but it is quite warm in here. So, anyway, I guess we'll do the recap. I gotta remember to mute my mic first so I don't accidentally blabber over it. I'm gonna listen as well just to make sure that it's all working. But yeah, here we go. Previously on Dragon Age Inquisition. The world of Thedas is in turmoil, and to understand why, you gotta understand the Fade. Being the land of dreams, spirits, demons, and magic, the Fade is a nebulous place often in at least a bit of flux, with the exception of one place, the Black City. Always visible everywhere in the Fade, but impossible to reach, the Chantry, aka Fantasy Catholics, believe that the Black City was once the Golden City, seat of the Maker, until some ancient Tevinter magisters found a way to physically break in at the behest of their gods, ancient dragons known as the Old Gods of Tevinter. The Maker apparently punished them for bringing sin to heaven, and these magisters became the first Darkspawn, basically a combo of zombies and orcs who are tainted with the blight and infect living things, and an order called the Grey Wardens arose to fight the— okay, hold on. Previously on Dragon Age Origins. Most of the time, Darkspawn are below ground, wandering the abandoned dwarven kingdoms known now as the Deep Roads, mindlessly searching for the slumbering old gods of Tevinter. When they come upon one of these ancient dragons, they infect it with the blight, and it awakens as an archdemon in full control of the Darkspawn horde, which it sends above ground to kill and destroy with wild abandon, an apocalyptic event also known as the Blight. The only ones who can kill an archdemon and end a blight are the Grey Wardens, thanks to a super special secret joining ritual. In Origins, we played as the mage QuiteContraryTV the Contrary Serena, who was recruited into the Grey Wardens after spending her whole life in the Circle of Magi in Ferelden when the 5th Blight started. QuiteContraryTV made a lot of friends and some enemies along the way, but the most relevant bits to our current story are this. When she asked her former circle for help, they had been beset upon by blood mages and demons that she had to help stop first. You see, mages are inherently magical people because of their deeper connection to the Fade, but this also makes them more susceptible to demon possession, which led the Chantry to create circles of magi where mages could safely learn magic under the very watchful eyes of the Chantry Templars. One such Templar was Cullen of the Ferelden Circle, but he was captured and tortured by possessed mages and forced to watch his friends die. Good news is, QuiteContraryTV did manage to save the Circle and get their help, and with the help of several other groups, fight the Darkspawn army, kill the Archdemon, and end the Blight. Mages outside the Chantry are illegal apostates such as Flemeth, fabled ancient witch of the wilds, and her adoptive daughter Morrigan, who joined QuiteContraryTV's fight against the Blight. QuiteContraryTV should have died killing the Archdemon, as the soul of the Archdemon should have tried to jump into the nearest Darkspawn or Grey Warden, the former causing the Archdemon to be reborn in a soulless Darkspawn's husk, or the latter causing the soul of the Archdemon and the soul of the Grey Warden to clash, killing them both. Morgan, however, performed a ritual with QuiteContraryTV's fellow Grey Warden Alistair that resulted in a baby that absorbed the Archdemon's soul instead of creating its own, allowing QuiteContraryTV to kill the Archdemon without dying, and allowing Morgan to have a child with the soul of a Tevinter old god. Throughout this, Morgan learned that Flemeth's immortality was the result of stealing her daughter's bodies, and so QuiteContraryTV killed Flemeth on her behalf. The death was not permanent, given Flemeth's power, but it gave Morgan time to get away. Why wasn't it permanent? Okay, well, Flemeth had put a piece of herself in an amulet and, before QuiteContraryTV killed her, gave it to— okay, wait. Previously on Dragon Age 2. Near the beginning of the Fifth Blight, the town of Lothering was overrun and destroyed by Darkspawn. Our Dragon Age 2 protagonist, Tony Hawk, an apostate mage living in Lothering with her family, escaped with some survivors thanks to Flemeth's intervention. As repayment for Flemeth's help, Hawk took the amulet to where she and her surviving family fled, the city of Kirkwall. Hawk took the amulet to a nearby elven shrine of Mythal, one of several elven gods to have been tricked into banishment by Fen'Harel, the Dread Wolf, elven trickster god. There, Flemeth emerged from the amulet, good as new. While in Kirkwall, Hawk made lots of friends, including her bestie, renowned serial mystery and romance writer Varric, and became the champion of Kirkwall for her heroics during a Qunari invasion. Things in Kirkwall were not okay, however, as mages kept turning to blood magic and getting possessed, which caused the local Templar leader Meredith to create an extremely oppressive environment for mages, which resulted in them resorting to more blood magic and demon deals, and it was a vicious cycle that came to a head when one rebel apostate blew up the local chantry. Cullen, who had transferred from Ferelden to Kirkwall, was all for this oppressing of mages at first, but even he, with all his demon trauma, eventually realized Meredith was going too far. It turns out a red lyrium idol was driving Meredith insane, making her extra paranoid, and Hawk eventually killed her, but the damage was done, and this kicked off the events that would eventually lead to a full-scale mage rebellion. While all this was going on, Hawk learned her dead father had helped the Grey Warden seal away an ancient powerful darkspawn called Corypheus, and that Hawk family blood was required to release him. Hawk and friends freed Corypheus so that they could fight him, and discovered he was one of the original Tevinter Magisters who broke into the Black City, aka one of the first darkspawn. After an epic battle, they killed Corypheus, though the Grey Warden ally with them was acting a bit strange after. Years later, once the Mage Rebellion had become full-out war, a member of an order called the Seekers of Truth, named Cassandra, kidnapped and interrogated Varric about the events in Kirkwall, both to better understand what happened and to find Hawk. Which brings us back to previously on Dragon Age Inquisition. Varric claimed not to know where Hawk was, so Cassandra took him to a conclave the Chantry was holding, wherein the Templars and mages, engaged in a vicious war with one another, were meant to meet and try to make peace. Our main character for this game is Galadriel 2, an elven mage from the nomadic Dalish Lavellan clan, sent to the conclave on behalf of her clan to see what this conflict was all about. While there, Galadriel 2 stumbled upon a dark ritual being performed in which the Divine, aka the Chantry's fantasy pope, was sacrificed to open a giant rift in the sky to the Fade, soon called the Breach. The ritual was meant to give the one who performed it, currently known as the Elder One, a small rift on his hand, the anchor, that would allow him to safely pass through the breach, but Galadriel 2 interrupting meant she accidentally got the anchor instead. The ensuing explosion killed everyone nearby except Galadriel 2 and the Elder One. Cassandra and Varric were nearby, as well as the divine spy and QuiteTon's lover/hero of the Fifth Blight, Leliana, but far enough away to have survived. With the help of an apostate mage with expertise on the Fade named Solas, they nursed Galadriel 2 back to health so she could use the anchor to close the small Fade rifts popping up because of the breach, and stabilize the breach so it stopped growing and dumping demons out everywhere. Once it was determined that Galadriel 2 was not responsible for the explosion and the Divine's murder, Cassandra and Leliana reformed a long-dead organization called the Inquisition in order to deal with, well, everything. And Cullen left the Templars to become the Inquisition army's commander, and they also brought on a diplomat called Josephine. Varric and Solas also joined up as companions, and Galadriel 2 recruited many more. First batch were the Grey Warden Blackwall, who we hoped would have some answers as to why the Grey Wardens had recently gone no contact, but unfortunately he was as surprised as we were. The Iron Bull, a Qunari spy who offered an information exchange and use of his mercenary crew, the Chargers, Vivian, a very pro-circle mage with impressive connections in the Orlesian Empire's court, and Sera, a leader of a Robin Hood's merry men-like mercenary group called the Friends of Red Jenny. It was theorized that the same ability that let the anchor stabilize the breach could close it permanently if there was enough power behind it, so we sought the help of the rebel mages and their leader Fiona. Unfortunately, in a bit of desperation, Fiona had already allied with the Venatori, a cult of mages from the mage-run Tevinter Imperium, though she seemed to deeply regret this. Another Tevinter mage named Dorian warned us that his former mentor and Venatori leader, Alexius, was working for the Elder One and meant to kill Galadriel 2 on his behalf. When his attempt to erase Galadriel 2 from existence was foiled by Dorian, the result was accidentally sending Galadriel 2 and Dorian a year into the future, where everything was bad. The breach was consuming reality, and the Elder One had gained control over much of Thedas thanks to his demon army, and Empress Celine's murder causing chaos in the Civil War-ridden Orlais. We found the future version of Alexius and were able to defeat him and get sent back a year and undo all that bad, and present-day Alexius surrendered, freeing Fiona and the rebel mages and Dorian to join our cause. With the mages' help, Galadriel 2 used the anchor to close the breach, and there was much celebrating. Until the Elder One brought an army of Templars corrupted by red lyrium, known now as the Red Templars under the leadership of Cullen's former comrade Samson, and a blighted ancient dragon similar to an archdemon. A strange boy named Cole gave us a bit of warning, enough to figure out an escape plan for as many Haven residents as possible. Galadriel 2 stayed behind to distract the Elder One while the rest of the Inquisition in Haven escaped. Through this heroic near sacrifice, we learned that the Elder One was somehow Corypheus, and that he wanted to use the breach and the anchor to return to the Black City. Unlike what the Chantry preaches, Corypheus claimed that the Black City was empty, no maker, and he intended to take the throne of God for himself, but we fucked it up by accidentally stealing the anchor and now closing the breach. Though severely injured, Galadriel too managed to escape by causing an avalanche and joined back up with the fleeing Inquisition. Solas led her and the Inquisition to an abandoned fortress called Skyhold, and that present was so grand that things started to get romantic between them. It was at Skyhold that Galadriel too was officially made Inquisitor, leader of the Inquisition. With the reveal that the Elder One was Corypheus, Varric admitted that he actually did know where Hawke was, much to Cassandra's anger, and brought her into the fold to help out. After all, Hawke had killed Corypheus once before, even if it didn't stick for some reason. Meanwhile, knowing that Corypheus intended to have Empress Selene assassinated, we attended her royal ball/peace talks and thwarted the assassination plans, helping secure her place as Empress and ending the Orlesian Civil War to boot. As a reward, Selene sent her arcane advisor and expert on ancient elven artifacts, Morrigan, to work with us. We also welcomed Morgan's young son Kieran, who was born about a decade earlier, a solid 9 months after the end of the 5th Blight. Through a Grey Warden friend of Hawke's named Stroud, we learned that all the Grey Wardens believed they were dying and, in a panic, were binding demons to their mage recruits in order to make an army they could use to track down all the Tevinter old gods and kill them before they became archdemons. A bad idea even before it was revealed that they were unknowingly binding themselves to Corypheus' service in the process. Stroud, Hawke, and Galadriel too tried to talk sense into the Grey Wardens, only for Corypheus' blighted dragon to show up and collapse part of the tower they were on. Galadriel too used the anchor to open a rift and catch them, saving them from the fall but landing them physically in the Fade and a Nightmare demon's lair. They managed to escape, but only because Stroud sacrificed himself to give them time to do so. Corypheus' involvement was revealed to the Wardens because of this, and they stopped the ridiculous demon army plan to join the Inquisition instead. While all this was going down, we did all kinds of side quests and helped our friends. We learned the fate of the last Inquisitor from when the Inquisition existed 800 years ago and fought the Avar god dragon he sacrificed himself to bind. We learned that lyrium is the blood of Titans, and that Titans exist, and they slumber deep beneath the ground and have a direct connection to all dwarves and the stone. We learned that Varric's old flame Bianca was responsible for Corypheus finding red lyrium after being tricked by an apparent Grey Warden. Turns out Corypheus survived Hawke killing him by taking over this Grey Warden's body, something even an archdemon can't do. Bianca was dealing with red lyrium for research purposes and did at least learn that red lyrium is the blighted form of regular lyrium. The Iron Bull sacrificed a ship of Kunari to save his best friend Krem and the Chargers, causing the Kunari to banish him. A slimy nobleman picked off friends of Red Jenny, then tried to ally with us, which Sera ended all possibility of rather decisively. Blackwall turned out not to be a real Grey Warden, but a murderer called Tom Rainier, recruited by the real Warden Blackwall. Rainier took on Blackwall's identity when he tragically died, hoping to redeem himself by continuing the real Blackwall's heroics. Upon this revelation, our Blackwall, aka Tom Rainier, was commanded to serve his time with the Inquisition, to be made a proper Grey Warden once Corypheus was defeated. Vivian attempted to extend the life of her dying lover, and though the attempt failed, the help Galadriel too gave her finally gained her respect. Cassandra learned her former fellows and the Seekers of Truth were being infiltrated and corrupted by Corypheus, and swore to rebuild the Order better and more honest than it was. With much of the higher-ups in the Chantry dead from the Conclave explosion, however, Cassandra, and Leliana for that matter, was also sought after as the next divine. We learned Dorian went no contact with his father after he tried to use blood magic to make Dorian not gay. It seemed like his father had come to regret that decision, but he hadn't done enough to make amends with Dorian, and we supported Dorian continuing to keep his distance and became best friends. I love Dorian. Solas lost a Spirit of Wisdom friend when it was bound to some mage's service and made to kill, turning it into a pride demon. Solas taught us much about spirits and the Fade, and, in turn, Solas learned that, in his isolation, he had made many erroneous assumptions about people and Thetis. His relationship with Galadriel too constantly surprised him with how deep and caring the world could still be. Cole turned out to have once been a spirit of compassion. We learned that Spirit Cole became human when he came to the aid of a young mage named Cole who was locked away by a Templar, forgotten about, and starved to death. Traumatized by his inability to save Cole, the spirit took on his memories and form and became a version of him. By confronting the Templar who forgot the original Cole and working through his grief and anger, Spirit Cole completed his transformation into a human, albeit one with some special abilities. We helped Leliana find closure when it came to her relationship with the late Divine and got in contact with QuiteContraryTV to reassure Leliana that her lover was alright despite all the Grey Warden fuckery, helped Josephine clear up a misunderstanding that got her on an assassination guild's hit list, and helped Cullen face his withdrawal from lyrium and encourage him to stay clean, all while tracking down information on Samson. All of this led us to an old elven temple of the goddess Mythal, where Morrigan believed Corypheus sought an elven artifact that would allow him safe passage into the Fade. She introduced us to eluvian, magical mirrors used by ancient elves to travel the world via the crossroads, which are adjacent to the Fade. The artifact in the Temple of Mythal turned out to not be an eluvian, though one was also there, but something called the Well of Sorrows, which held all the knowledge of ancient elven priests. It was a race against Corypheus to get there first, but a group of ancient elves awoke from their long magical slumber to defend the temple. Galadriel too was able to gain their trust and, with their help, defeat Samson and reach the well first. Along the way, Morgan was surprised to see representations of Fen'Harel, the Dread Wolf, in the temple, as he tricked Mythal and the rest of the elven gods into banishment and was surely her enemy, only for the ancient elves to reveal that the Dread Wolf was not responsible for Mythal's murder. Which, what, we said she was banished, she was murdered? Morrigan wished to take advantage of the well, but as a Dalish elf whose history and culture is largely lost to her, Galadriel too opted to use the well instead. Foiled again, Corypheus flew into a rage, but we escaped through one eluvian to another Morrigan had gifted to Skyhold. Finally, we learned that Corypheus' ability to respawn when killed would briefly fail if his blighted dragon was killed first, giving us our next goal: kill the dragon and then Corypheus in quick succession. And that's where we left off. How will Galadriel too cope with all the voices the Well of Sorrows put in her head, and is she now subject to the will of Mythal? And if so, what does that mean, given that Mythal is an apparently dead goddess? More immediately concerning, what will Corypheus do next? Woo! Yep. So you can see why it was a longer one, because not just in general, but to make, because I was taking footage from all three games, recapping stuff from all three games, to have us properly, you know, as Inquisition, I feel like more than the other two. I mean, obviously more than Origins. Origins didn't have other games to draw from, but like, I feel like Dragon Age 2, you really didn't have to have played Origins to understand it. And to be fair, you don't have to play Origins in 2 to understand Inquisition. But like, there's more main plot crossover than the other two. And again, it's like, you know everything you need to know going in, you know Corypheus is bad and stuff, but it's like the major antagonist for this game is introduced in a DLC for Dragon Age 2. Like, that's how much the major plot crosses over with the other two games. Yeah, because the reason that I only do these recap videos for the finales of games that I've played before is purely because I know the games well enough to write the recap from memory without having to like look up and rewatch stuff, and to find the footage relatively easily because I know the game well enough to be like, I can figure out kind of approximately where to look for it. Whereas games that I'm not familiar with, that I'm playing for the first time, I think there was a lot of stuff that I would miss, and it would take me a long time to find the footage because I wouldn't quite remember how or when things happened. Some games would have been easier than others, but because some would be so difficult, I didn't want to set the precedent of me always doing those videos. Yeah. Anyway, before we jump into the game proper, I do have just a couple, nothing too exciting on the war table off stream stuff. I just thought I'd quickly read the ones that I started on stream or read through on stream. So, the Arcanist and the Fade, I don't remember exactly what this was. We started it last stream, and it was just, Dagna wants to do weird experiments with stuff, and that seems to be more or less the result. Arcanist Dagna was supplied with remnants of exposures to the rifts and the Fade, and she has done something. It is perhaps best to contain her efforts to the Undercroft from now on. Undercroft, that's what the basement is called. I kept calling it the basement last time, and it's like, that's not right. That's not what it's called. And then we have, this was in response to our herbalist being like, there's a rival out there that you should kill because they're gonna fuck with us. I want to be the only one. I don't know. It was some like business rivalry thing, but she was making an argument that it was beneficial to the Inquisition to take out her rival, basically. So we did, but we didn't kill her. We didn't kill them. We're just keeping an eye on him and have him locked away for a bit. So Harvest of History, as ordered, Isthmus Goodson now resides in an allied lord's tower cell attended by polite but hooded servants. Claims against him seem dubious. Again, I think this person just didn't want a rival out there. But there is no denying that he was stocked to supply a significant force should one have come calling. Signed, Josephine. A note from the Inquisition apothecary. Interesting times, Inquisitor. Though it was not the final action I was hoping for, I thank you for this interjection. I look forward to ensuring the health and effectiveness of the Inquisition for as long as needed. Signed, Ellen Vemal, who's the person who gave us this quest. Then off stream, I did bring Samson to Skyhold for Judgement. Inquisitor, when Corypheus rushed from the Temple of Mythal, he left his general for dead. My soldiers and I captured Samson with ease, given that he was still unconscious from your fight. While it will take the army some time to return from the wilds, we can expedite Samson's return in order to put him on trial. If you've no objections, I would be present for his judgment. Signed, Commander Cullen. Yeah, I think we had Leliana do this. Samson has given us no end of trouble. I would keep him unconscious with sleeping draughts while we transport him here. I think that's who we went with. Yes, it is. Okay. Mission report. Bring Samson to Skyhold for Judgment. Inquisitor Llewellyn. We have secured Samson in the holding pens, your worship. He's not said much. We'll bring out the villain for judgment at your pleasure. Galar Blythe. Yeah, and I think that's it. There was some, we could do some research into the Well of Sorrows as well. I don't recall much coming from that. We're just kind of yeah, it's weird. Yeah. So, yeah, okay, let me jump to here for a second. That's it. That's everything off stream. So, real quick, let me just reset up the game the way I want it to. And we'll pop right back into things. Oh, important for me to remember to unmute unmute the game. I have my desktop muted so I could monitor the recap. So I think we're going to start, because I couldn't last time because the War Table mission was still happening. We're going to start with judging Samson.
Give me, Inquisitor. For personal interest, I have relieved Josephine, as you might expect.
Yes.
Knight Templar Samson, General to Corypheus, traitor to the Order. The blood on his hands cannot be measured. His head is too valuable to take. Kirkwall or Lay, many would see him suffer. I can't say I'm not one of them.
The headman's axe isn't enough? That's an impressive amount of ill will.
The Red Lyrium will steal your vengeance.
Okay.
You know what it does. Corypheus only delayed my corruption.
Are you still loyal to that thing? He poisoned the Order, used them to kill thousands.
Templars have always been used. How many were left to rot like I was, after the Chantry burned away their minds? Piss on it. I followed him, so Templars could at least die at their best. Same lie as the Chantry. The Prophet just isn't as pretty.
I found your people. They believed in you, believed your cause was righteous.
Not your business, Inquisitor.
Well,
Your
you kind of
friend
made it my
Maddox was
business.
so loyal, he killed himself. For you.
They were always going to die. I saw what Corypheus was doing. So yes, I fed them hope instead of despair. I made them believe their pain had purpose, just like the Chantry does. Right, Commander?
What if you just were neither?
It ended as well as anything else I've done. Corypheus would kill me on sight. I'll tell your people what they want. Everything I cared about is destroyed.
Oh boy, there's so much. Exile him to the wilderness. Nah. Oh, let Dagna study him? I can't decide if that's cruel or not. I kind of want to just let Cullen have him. Maybe that's not healthy for any of us, but they got history. I mean, I guess him and Kirkwall also have history, but Kirkwall has enough trouble.
Very well. Samson, you will spend your remaining years serving the Inquisition. Cullen will be your handler. Perhaps he can get something useful out of you.
I doubt the commander believes there's anything worthy left in me.
You're not wrong. But you served something greater than yourself once. Perhaps you can be made to remember that.
Slight hope that Cullen could redeem him, maybe? It's a nice thought, anyway. Okay, so next we're gonna... I think I've decided order of events is we're gonna talk to Solas, and then we're going to our next big... the thing that's gonna, you know, the next big main quest thing is talking to Morrigan. So I considered doing that before talking to Solas, but I don't think it matters too much which order I do it in. Maybe I'll do a quick save just in case it does. Oh, there you are. Hi. Man, I feel like you've been standing here this whole time. Have you just been waiting for me?
I begged you not to drink from the well. Why could you not have listened?
Solas.
You gave yourself into the service of an ancient elven god.
What does that mean exactly?
You are Mythal's creature now. Everything you do, whether you know it or not, will be for her.
Chill,
You have
cool and
given up
chill.
a part of yourself.
You don't even believe in the ancient elven gods.
I don't believe they were gods, no, but I believe that they existed. Something existed to start the legends. If not gods, then mages, or spirits, or something we've never seen. And you are bound to one of them now. I suppose it is better you have the power than Corypheus. Which leads to the next logical question. What will you do with the power of the well once Corypheus is dead?
Yes. That's too vague. I was like, there's something to be said for her wanting to, like, spread the knowledge of the Dalish, that the Dalish lost, but this is too vague, and it doesn't seem elven specific, so.
The war proved that we can't go back to the way things were. I'll try to help this world move forward.
You would risk everything you have in the hope that the future is better. What if it isn't? What if you wake up to find the future you shaped is worse than what was?
I'll take a breath, see where things went wrong, and then try again.
Just like that.
If we don't keep trying, we'll never get it right.
Not just like that. It won't be easy.
You're right. Thank you.
For what?
You have not been what I expected, Inquisitor. You have impressed me. You have offered hope. That if one keeps trying, even if the consequences are grave, that someday things will be better. Forgive my melancholy. Corypheus has cost us much. The Temple of Mythal did not deserve such a fate. The orb he carries, and its stolen power, that at least we may still recover. With luck, some of the past may yet survive.
You're being grim and fatalistic in the hope of getting me into bed, aren't you?
I am grim and fatalistic. Getting you into bed is just an enjoyable side benefit. Come with me, Vanan.
I am grim and fatalistic. Hey, listen, self-awareness, you know. Holding
The veil is
hands.
thin here. Can you feel it on your skin, tingling? I was trying to determine some way to show you what you mean to me.
I'm listening. And I can offer a few suggestions.
I shall bear that in mind. For now, the best gift I can offer is the truth. You are unique. In all Thedas, I never expected to find someone who could draw my attention from the Fade. You have become important to me. More important than I could have imagined.
As you are to me.
Then what I must tell you, the truth. Your face. The vallaslin. In my journeys in the Fade, I have seen things. I have discovered what those marks mean.
They honor the elven gods.
No. They are slave markings. Or at least they were in the time of ancient Alathan.
I think that would be a shock.
So this is... what? Just one more thing the Dalish got wrong?
I'm sorry.
We try to preserve our culture. And this is what we keep? Relics of a time when we were no better than Tevinter.
Don't say that. For all they got wrong, the Dalish did one thing right. They made you. I didn't tell you this to hurt you. If you like, I know a spell. I can remove the vallaslin.
This is actually, I was like, I think we are going to remove them, but I think it's complicated because it's like she's the only one who knows this, and they obviously don't mean that to the Dalish anymore, but it like, and it would be like such an important, like it's the sign that you've become an adult. It's like a really, hi Saberni, it's a really like important thing. But I think we've been talking a lot about moving forward and stuff, so I think she will remove them. But it's gonna be weird, her face is gonna look weird without them. But yeah, it's just like, I don't know, it's a weighty decision, kind of unexpectedly so, for what is essentially like, on the surface, just like a cosmetic choice for you as a player, but in terms of like the role play aspect of it, it kind of hurts to get rid of it. You struggle to recognize people when they change their facial hair. Yeah, let alone when they change their face tattoos. Yeah. Ugh.
If what you're saying is true...
It is.
Then... my people vowed never to submit to slavery.
I'm so sorry for causing you pain.
You'd also just...
It was selfish of me. I look at you and I see what you truly are. And you deserve better than what those cruel marks represent.
It's one of those, because also, just like... her connecting it to Vinter also makes me want to get rid of them for her, just because, like, I mean, there's slavery in Tevinter, but it's like, specifically elves are almost exclusively slaves in Tevinter. So, like, there's an extra bit of weight to that.
Then cast your spell. Take the vallaslin away.
Oh, it's gonna be weird.
Sit.
We're so cute, though. Look at us. Just a magic facial.
Alasa Malarevas. You are free. are so beautiful.
I know. You touched the butt. He sure did.
And I am sorry. I distracted you from your duty. It will never happen again.
Well, you know, that's okay.
Solas.
Please, Vanan.
Solas, don't leave me, not now. I love you.
You have a rare and marvelous spirit. In another world.
What's wrong with this one?
Why not this one?
Yeah.
I can't.
Why not, Solas? Use your
I'm
words.
sorry.
Use your words, Solas. Rude. Chicken! I also it's especially devastating to do that right after the vallaslin reveal and removing it. So it's I don't know. I mean, I feel like there'd be a lot of feelings of am I stupid to have trusted him here? And I don't know. Yeah, it's so mean to have done that, which is I don't know, clearly not his intention. But he just, he got real caught up in his feelings there, and for some reason that meant he had to go. And we'll, he didn't say why, so we'll just never know. Anyway, the drama of Selevelin. Okay. Wait, can I poke him around? He's not gonna have anything new to say to me. It feels weird to go and talk to him right after. Maybe I'll go talk to Morrigan first. I'll do that part. I'll continue the plot first. And then I'll be like, hey Solas. Hey. Oh yeah, we gotta look at, it's so weird. You know what, during the close-up, I was like, oh, she doesn't look that different without it, but she actually looks really different without it. Still cute though, still cute. Oh, hey, Leliana.
Visitor. Thank the Maker you're here. Morrigan chased after her son into the eluvian. She was terrified. She was chasing Kieran. She said he activated the mirror somehow, and then she ran into it.
Uh-oh.
I've never seen Morrigan like that. You must go after her. I will find help, Inquisitor.
You got it. Oh, there's a loading screen.
Wait, this isn't the crossroads. This is the Fade. How did the eluvian lead here? Can it go anywhere?
Actually, not too hard. Crossroads is Fade adjacent. But to be physically in here, wacky stuff. Ooh. Yeah, I'll take a weird shadow crystal. I don't know why. I'm not going to take the time to craft anything, but... Ooh, a handkerchief in that crystal. Also not going to take the time to, I guess I'll sell valuables one last time.
I must find Kieran before it's too late.
Hey, let me help you.
Why would Kieran do this? How could he do this? We stand in the Fade. To direct the eluvian here would require immense power. If he is lost to me now after all I have sacrificed...
Let's not jump to the worst conclusion.
We'll find him, Morrigan. He can't be far.
The Fade is infinite. He could literally be anywhere. Whatever happens to him now, 'tis my doing. I set him on this path. Please, help me look, Inquisitor. Just a little longer.
I will. I will. Anything over here? Just real quick. I'm just looking for Kieran over here. I'm not looking for stuff, I promise. You know, he could be anywhere. I mean, at least these spirits aren't hostile. Oh. Ah! I got stuck. I got stuck! I was like, Sorry, just getting up high was like...
There he is!
Oh.
Who's with him? That's...
No. It can't be.
Oh.
Mother!
Mother.
It's my captain!
Now, isn't this a surprise?
That's a great... I love that juxtaposition. Mother! Mother.
So this is all some kind of family reunion.
Mother, daughter, grandson. It rather warms the heart, does it not?
Kieran is not your grandson. Let him go.
As if I were holding the boy hostage. She's always been ungrateful, you see.
Plymouth.
Ungrateful! I know how you plan to extend your life, wicked crone. You will not have me, and you will not have my son.
Oh, be a good lass and restrain her.
What are you doing?
Oop.
What are you doing?
Oop.
I don't know.
Of course you know. You drank from the well, did you not?
Oop.
You are Mythal.
Ah! And this is why when we were playing Dragon Age 2 and when you're like taking the amulet to the shrine of Mythal to have her burst out of it, I was like, how interesting in hindsight. Sure, it's unrelated. Anyway. Pleased to meet you is a wild thing to say in this scenario. Oh no,
Whatever hold you have over me, release it now.
That is entirely up to my dear daughter.
Oh, we sort of glitched.
I'm sorry, Mother. I heard her calling to me. She said now was the time.
I do not understand.
Once I was but a woman, crying out in the lonely darkness for justice. And she came to me, a wisp of an ancient being, and she granted me all I wanted and more. I have carried Mythal through the ages ever since, seeking the justice denied to her.
This is too much.
You can't expect us to believe that.
What do the voices tell you?
They say you speak the truth.
They're like, yeah, dog,
But
that's
what
Mythal.
was Mythal? A legend given name and called a god? Or something more?
Solas was just
Truth
saying.
is not the end, but a beginning. So young and vibrant.
Not the end, it's
You
the
do the
beginning.
people proud and have come far. As for me, I have had many names, but you may call me Flemeth.
Yeah, we can. I know who Flemeth is. Oh, gosh. Oh, I can say so many things. Okay, well, we're gonna go nerd first.
I know the name Flemeth. My people call you Ashabelanar, the woman of many years, and speak of your legend. It says long ago you left your husband for a lover. Your husband then tricked you, killed your lover, and imprisoned you. Then a spirit came to offer you vengeance. Mythal, that's what you spoke of.
One day someone will summarize the terrible events of your life so quickly. But yes, I was that woman. That is how my tale began.
Flemeth appears in other legends, helping heroes for reasons of her own.
I nudge history when it's required. Other times, a shove is needed.
If Mythal is a part of you, why haven't you helped us? We've called to you, prayed to you.
What was could not be changed.
What about now? You know so much.
You know not what you ask, child.
Why did Mythal come to you?
For a reckoning that will shake the very heavens.
And you follow her whims. Do you even know what she truly is?
You seek to preserve the powers that were, but to what end? It is because I taught you, girl. Because things happened that were never meant to happen. She was betrayed as I was betrayed, as the world was betrayed. Mythal clawed and crawled her way through the ages to me, and I will see her avenged. Alas, so long as the music plays, we dance.
So must I serve you now because I drank from the well?
Is that how you see yourself? A servant? I have no commands for you. Not yet.
Not yet.
Then what is it you want?
One thing, and one thing only.
I have to go now, Mother.
No. I will not allow it.
He carries a piece of what once was, snatched from the jaws of darkness. You know this.
He is not your pawn, Mother. I will not let you use him.
Have you not used him? Was that not your purpose? The reason you agreed to his creation?
That was then. Now he is my son. Flemeth extends her life by possessing the bodies of her daughters. Inquisitor, that was the fate she intended for me. I thwarted her, and now she intends to have Kieran instead.
Is Kieran special?
Wait.
I mean, we know
talked
he
about
is.
Kieran.
I am not the only one carrying the soul of a being long thought lost.
He is more than that, Mother.
As am I. Yet do you hear me complain? Our destinies are not so easily avoided, dear girl.
Mother, I have to.
Oh god, baby.
You do not belong to her, Kieran. Neither of us do.
If Kieran is so special, why did you wait until now to come for him?
I did not know where he was. Morrigan cleverly hid him from me. Until now.
'Twas the well.
Be thankful you did not drink. Imagine, bound to your dear mother for eternity.
Whoop. Yeah, so like on other playthroughs where I'm not a Dalish elf and that the well decision is more complicated, it's like I still for the most part are like, yeah, it makes most sense for Morrigan to drink from the well, but I have like the meta knowledge of who Mythal is and like how fucked up it is for Morrigan if she's bound to, well, you know, the mother that she has a at best complicated relationship with.
Whatever else you think he is, Kieran is still a child.
And so much better behaved than his mother was at his age.
His little smile. He's
Kieran.
so proud.
As you wish. Hear my proposal, dear girl. Let me take the lad, and you are free of me forever. I will never interfere with or harm you again. Or keep the lad with you, and you will never be safe from me. I will have my due.
He returns with me.
Decided so quickly.
Yeah, bitch.
Do whatever you wish. Take over my body now if you must, but Kieran will be free of your clutches. I am many things, but I will not be the mother you were to me.
You hurt her feelings.
No more dreams?
No more dreams. A soul is not forced upon the unwilling, Morrigan. You were never in danger from me. As for you, Inquisitor, there is an ancient altar deep within a shaded wood. Go to it. Summon the dragon that is its guardian.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this bit.
Master it in combat, and it is yours to command against Corypheus. Fail and die.
Wait!
I mean, I would just listen to Kate Mulgrew and Claudia Black say just random shit to each other forever. They both have the best voices.
Are you all right, Kieran? You are not hurt?
I feel lonely.
No.
She wanted the old god soul all along. Is it worth reminding myself that perhaps I do not know everything after all?
I mean, it's probably...
My mother has the soul of an elven goddess, or whatever Mythal truly was, and her plans are unknown to me.
You truly had no idea what she was?
I knew she kept the truth from me. I even suspected she was not truly human, but this... I always thought the so-called elven gods were little more than glorified rulers, but now... I have doubt. And doubt is... an uncomfortable thing, Inquisitor. I suppose I should be thankful you drank from the well. Eternal servitude to Mother would not be my first choice.
So Kieran had the soul of an old god?
Taken from the archdemon at the final battle of the Fifth Blight. Yes, he has never known anything else. I'm uncertain what effect this will have on him.
But why did you...
I told you at the temple, the magic of old must be preserved, no matter how feared. Kieran had a destiny, and now it is in Flemeth's hands. I suppose we shall see what she does with it.
For what it's worth, I think you did the right thing.
Did I? She was testing me, and I cannot tell whether I passed.
I think you did.
Mother said,
as if she didn't actually have to take Kieran to take the soul.
Altar. Do you know where that is?
I think so. It's a place dedicated to Mythal.
As no doubt is the guardian you must battle. Pray my mother has not led you astray, Inquisitor. She is not above doing so for her own amusement.
She's just a little stinker, that Flemeth. Yeah, so it's an interesting thing where, like, Flemeth is Mythal, but Mythal isn't Flemeth. Like, it's a thing where Flemeth, the person, did exist, and the stories are more or less true that we heard in the first game about her. It's just instead of a spirit coming to her, turns out it was Mythal.
Mother must be very pleased. The Herald of Andraste, leader of the Inquisition, at her personal beck and call. I feel certain what happened at the Temple of Mythal must somehow have been her influence.
Perhaps she's influenced more than just what happened at the temple.
With Corypheus, you mean?
He does have that elven orb.
Which he had to acquire somewhere. Yes,
I
see. It's hard to imagine her motivation for doing so. Then again, everything about her is hard to imagine. I suppose we have little choice but to proceed and be thankful she assisted us at all.
Do you trust what Flemeth told us?
About what she is? I am uncertain. I knew there was more to her than I realized, that she was not truly human. This? I once found her grimoire, and that was where I learned her immortality was gained by stealing the bodies of her daughters. Flemeth claims I misunderstood. It is not forced on the unwilling. Meaning I might agree to such a thing? Impossible, yet there seemed an undeniable sense of truth to the things she told us. All my years spent hunting for arcane mysteries, and the greatest was the one I left behind.
So what do you intend to do now?
Now? I will take Kieran and leave. Where I will go is uncertain. I must consider the fact that Flemeth may yet have plans for me. You are her servant, but I am her daughter. I doubt she will let me slip completely from her clutches. Whatever happens, I wish you well in the coming battle, Inquisitor.
Oh, thanks. I don't think we have more to ask her.
About you.
If you have questions, then ask.
Yeah, I don't think we.
I'll leave you to the.
It's like unless that had triggered more stuff. Well, oh hey buddy, can I talk to you? No? Okay. I just want to check in how he was feeling, but no.
Good, Inquisitor. I am glad that issue has been resolved.
Cool.
Where did you receive your training?
I studied with Adan after he left the service of the King of Ferelden. Well, when the king was no longer there to serve. Our College of Associates tends to meet informally. I've since been fortunate enough to serve various heads of state. They are all as good as another, truth be told. My skills and contacts are better suited to more imminent need.
Are there others who could come to Skyhold?
They are helping now. I have contacted many of our finest, and their influence is not inconsequential. They are not, shall we say, prone to take the field, but we will be well supplied.
What is your evaluation of our supplies?
We are groaning with resources.
Yay!
Competence and inspiration.
I take it you're a city elf, not Dalish.
It's not a useful identifier. I am an elf. I was raised away from the Dalish. No, I do not know their customs. I'm sure that much was immediately obvious. It's of little concern. I have skill enough to be evaluated by what I can do. My associates appreciate my work.
As you were.
Of course, Inquisitor.
Okay, I gotta go to the altar of Mythal. Hey, should I check in with it? Does anyone else have new stuff to say? Does anyone else know what just happened?
Something you wanted to talk about?
Nope.
Carry on.
Hey, Solas, you. Hey, Solas, you have anything to say? Hey, Solas. Hey.
Inquisitor, how may I help you prepare?
Ah, so fucking formal. Rude.
I'd like to discuss what happened before, Solas.
Also formal, heartbreaking.
This time. We must focus on what truly matters. Harden your heart to a cutting edge, and put that pain to good use against Corypheus.
So mysterious. Hey, you know what? I still don't understand. Hey, do you think it's less distracting to be broken up with before a final battle? You just want to bring diadems like mums into everyday fashion. Yeah, it's a very, it's a very fun, like, crown thing she's got. And, like, in the Temple of Mythal, that's the other thing that can, like, lead to the realization that Flemeth is Mythal, because the statues have, like, the point on them. So that's a Mythal fashion statement right there, that diadem. Yeah. No, Flemeth, as I get more gray, perhaps the days of a Flemeth cosplayer in my future.
It would help me if you could explain why.
The answers would only lead to more questions. An emotional entanglement that would benefit neither of us. The blame is mine, not yours. It was irresponsible and selfish of me. Let that be enough.
It's not you, it's me. Solas.
Will you talk to me when we are finished with Corypheus?
If we are both still alive afterward, then I promise you, everything will be made clear. Let us know if I can be of any more help in planning our final fight.
Rude. Anyway, I wish Dorian had something to say about it. You know, time for...
Fancy meeting you.
Yeah, it's like time for me to be like, Dorian, Solas broke up with me. I need wine. Anyway, I don't think, with that, I think, oh, you're sitting all fun.
I didn't get the chance to say so earlier, but welcome back to Skyhold.
Oh.
After that terrible journey through the Fade.
Oh.
It must feel good to stand on solid ground again, no?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think she's referring to the Adamant Fortress one rather than what we just did.
I'm thankful to be back. No one should enter the Fade physically.
Twice now. 3 times now.
Twice now. Shall I count you fortunate or unfortunate? Anything I should know? It's been a long road, but we're nearing the end.
We sure are.
With Samson gone, the Red Templars are scrambling.
All right.
I'll leave you to your work.
Okay. Here we go. Ow. Oh yeah, should I... Wait. How do I... get up to... I don't think anybody will have more stuff to say, so we'll go do the shrine thing, which I forgot. I forgot about that.
Require any assistance? Do you need something, my dear?
Nope. Ugh, okay. Yeah, I forgot. So, because you don't, so the final piece, go to the altar of Mythal thing, doesn't happen if Morrigan drank from the well. Or I guess I should clarify more. It doesn't happen to you, so you don't know about it. Oh.
Samson took everything from those Templars. He corrupted their souls, twisted them into everything they stood against, everything they would have hated.
You're letting Samson get to you.
And what if I am? The Red Lyrium left Samson's mind unaltered. He knew what he was doing, and he dares speak as though it were a mercy? The man's a monster. I pray his information is useful. His life is good for little else.
You knew Samson. You don't feel even a little sympathy for him?
I may have once, but after what he's done,
tricky.
My sympathies lie with those he betrayed. They will extend no further. The Red Templars needed to be torn down. We've broken Corypheus' army. I might have known some of them. If my life had gone differently, I might have been one of them.
I think very easily.
Do you ever wonder what would have happened if you had not been at the Conclave? If you'd never become the Inquisitor?
That's a big question. Yeah, you know what? I genuinely haven't. My life would be simpler, that's true. I think it's got to be one of those. I don't know that she would have joined anyway. I think she would have been curious about it, but I don't think she would have left her clan.
Sometimes. My life would be less complicated, less dangerous.
Or it could be worse.
Yeah.
There would still be chaos, and that was meant to sound comforting. I can see how it wouldn't. At all. You've led us this far. Many owe you their lives. Whether or not the Maker sent you, you are needed here.
Thanks, Cullen. I appreciate that.
I do not like having that mirror, eluvian, in Skyhold. Corypheus may not be able to travel through it, but what if something else can?
What if it's something good?
Morrigan claims that if I close my eyes and wish hard enough, a fleet of griffins will appear under my command.
See? That's probably not true. But it would be fun.
Well, yes, but that wasn't my point. I'll stop worrying about it. So long as someone's watching it, even if that someone is Morrigan.
Is this a good time for me to tell you that she's leaving? Okay, wait. So I did want to see if it's possible. Now that Solas is broken up with me, can I romance Cullen just in the final hour? I'm not gonna, because that's too quick a turnaround. But I am curious if it's possible, because I like the headcanon of romancing somebody else in the time jump between the end of this and Trespasser, like that you would move on and I would just like, I do the same thing. No, that's a spoiler. I was going to say there's a relationship ender. Actually, there's a couple relationships that end not of your own doing in the Mass Effect series, and they end in time for you to romance somebody else. And I have done it before where I've romanced somebody else, but my like headcanon is that it goes slower than that, that it's that it doesn't happen immediately after, because that's wild. It would feel much like this. Where you're still, especially because we're still in the like Solas why, I don't get why situation, and like hanging on to, well, like, maybe the explanation afterwards will make sense.
Is there anything I should know?
I believe Dagna has settled in well. She's certainly very cheerful.
Is that a bad thing?
I'm concerned she'll cheerfully blow up Skyhold with one of her experiments, but the risk is small at present.
Yeah.
Is there anything I should know?
Not at present.
Okay. Anyway, I just was surprised. I feel like I noticed this playthrough how long this hung out, and I thought for sure by now it would be gone, and it's not. So
That's all for now.
I'm sure you have other matters to attend.
Anyway, I don't know what would happen. It's quite possible that you would click that and he'd be like, either not interested at this point, or it wouldn't, like, you obviously wouldn't be able to, like, complete the romance. We've done, in fact, most of the scenes that can become romance scenes with him already.
I'm here.
Nothing right now. Perhaps in a bit.
Yeah, I don't really expect our companions to have much to say, but I also was unprepared for Cullen to have a scene there, so our advisors might have stuff to say. Yeah, which I should have known that checking in with him after Samson, he would possibly have something to say.
Inquisitor. What's been going on? Not much. Usual. Nice of you to ask. I have to go.
You got it. Oh, you know what I found out? I found out that Volta, I think her name is, your companion, your dwarven companion in the Descent DLC, is also voiced by Ali Hillis. And I think I did know that at the time and had completely forgotten it. But yeah, because I do remember vaguely having the same thought that I had upon rediscovering it, which was just like, oh, we leave one Ali Hillis to talk to another Ali Hillis, who Ali Hillis is the voice of Scout Harding.
Very well.
But it's fine, she does a good job. They sound very different from each other.
Inquisitor?
Can you think of any other tasks suitable for the charges?
Nothing jumps out at me. If I come up with any ideas...
Oh, yeah, that was the other off-stream war table mission, is Krem went and made it look like we had a bigger army than we did by having people sneaking around everywhere.
I can't understand how those women in the kitchen can be awake so early after the night we had.
Bull!
See you later, Bull.
Nice talking with you.
I gotta go gossip with the women in the kitchen. An 1812 classic. Oh, thank you. Thank you for taking the direct, specific historical reference. Yes, exactly.
So what's going on with your face? You go off with Solas and now your elfie dealies are gone.
Right. 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 I suppose if anyone would notice, it's her. I feel like I don't want to talk about it, particularly with Sera, but I guess I will.
They weren't what I thought. Originally, they were slave markings. Solas told me how they were misinterpreted. The meaning changed.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to talk to her about it.
The Dalish, they don't know anything.
Yeah, fuck you, Sera.
I mean, you know now, but they put on all this real elf stuff, and I knew it. It's all just fancy dress. Nobody knows anything about real elves, except they're gone.
Yeah, or...
Yes, yes. History is dumb, and everyone is dumb. Now leave it be.
I'm glad that's the response was. Yeah.
All those faces. That's just funny.
Fuck you! Anyway. Because Sera was so awful and you were like, you would have to kick her out. Yeah, that's so fair. We've been... I mean, I will say I'm glad that our response there was what I hoped it would be, which is just being like, not engaging any further. Just, yeah. Yeah. Being like, I fucking get it. Now stop. Yeah. Yeah. Man, I remembered it was bad, but it's really bad.
We'll make good use of it.
Hi, Cole.
He meant to watch forever. He called himself...
He's talking about Buddy at the Temple of Mythal.
I'll talk to you later.
Goodbye.
Goodbye? Cole, wait. Abelas, yeah.
Cold flame blazes in a robe worth more than children. Protect her, and she consumes you, burning because she can.
I'm just gonna like...
Talk to you later.
Goodbye.
greet Cole a few times now because I'm like, this is gonna be pretty much our last time. Okay, there we go. I was like,
I'll talk to you later.
Goodbye.
I was gonna see if we could find get through a few more of his little spoiler, his cryptic spoilers that he gives, which are fun. Cassandra! God, I almost missed Cassandra again.
It's good to see you.
Do you have any advice for me?
Find Corypheus.
Sure.
If he vanishes, he will only rebuild his power and come at us again. And he will come. Whatever mad play the Magister has in mind, you star as his nemesis. I shudder to think what a creature like that could concoct next, given the time.
Yeah, I mean, and I agree, because he's pretty much been scrambling since Haven, and we've been kicking his ass because of that.
Do you have any advice for me?
Nothing that you could not think of yourself, Inquisitor.
The problem with being almost done is that Solas and Cole can have very interesting banter post-breakup. Oh, fuck. Wait, where can I go where I could get banter? Do we remember what spots trigger banter? Hold on.
That's enough.
Hold on. We got time. It's not that long a finale. We got time. Let's see if I can take them somewhere. I feel like Stone Bear Hold. I feel like Stone Bear Hold triggers banter. Everybody stop. I'm taking my boyfriend and my psychic son with me. Or my ex-boyfriend and my psychic son with me to find out if he's sad. I don't know if I've heard any of it. I mean, I'm certain I've listened to the banter video at some point. But that's so many hours that maybe I haven't listened to all of it. Okay, why did I go this way? I didn't have to go through I didn't have to go through this. Oh, right. I guess I have to take a warrior with me too. Yep. 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 Oh, what an interesting card. But you're not to fucking talk, Cassandra. I wonder if I could have not... Hold on. Maybe that was a mistake. Maybe I can only take 2. You can go on your own places. She and Solas have talked a lot, and they've had a lot of good banter, and hopefully that means they've gone through all of it. And she and Cole have talked a decent amount, too. Yeah, okay, I couldn't remember if it was permanently night here after completing the DLC, and it totally is, and that's cool. Where... is there a change party thing around here? Oh, it's right there. It's right in front of my face. Can I just have Cole and Solas? Yes, this is not a full party, but that's fine. Okay, okay. All right. I remember standing here doing an outro and them bantering, so we just gotta chat for a minute until they all banter. Let's just find a lovely place to look at some stuff.
Inquisitor First Thought.
Oh, and they're calling me Inquisitor First Thought now. It's so fun. All right, where did I go to get banter before? Or you just have to stand around long enough? I feel like I left talking to Thane Sunhair. So it would have been like around here because she's over here, right? Yes, there she is. Okay. I think I was literally standing here. All right, guys, you want to talk about anything? Don't mind me. Oh, Solas, are you gonna jump off a cliff? What you doing over there? I wonder, in the meantime, I'm gonna Google if there's good banter spots in Inquisition. At the very least, we'll hear some good not Hacknite, Avar banter. When they're having banter specifically about like post Jaws of Hakon stuff. Hi, yes, that's me. I'm Inquisitor First Thought. No, stop it. What? I have this problem where Google wants me to download its app. This person is asking because they want to trigger the Dorian Iron Bull romance, which did not trigger for us because I did not take them anywhere together. If you don't romance Iron Bull or Dorian, they will start a relationship with each other. Okay, this person's saying, Emerald Graves. So now someone else is being like, if they remember correctly, companion dialogue happens every 15 minutes. They used to have a timer on their phone for when it was time for them to talk. So it may be a case of like, we have to stand here for 15 minutes before they'll start talking. Certainly we'd only get one banter this way because we're not going to spend a whole half hour sitting and waiting for them to chat. Yeah, okay. It seems like it's more time-based than place-based, so we're just here to listen to the Avar. These are from like 4 years ago, so recent enough to have been post banter update, because there was a problem with the banter in Dragon Age Inquisition when it first came out where it wouldn't trigger for some people. Because I think it was supposed to originally be location triggered, like you'd go past certain places or something and it wasn't triggering for some people, or a combination of both or something. That's why I habitually clear out my journal and stuff, is because that used to be, people said that was one of the ways to help not have that glitch happen, is to travel through the war table instead of the map, which is another reason why I instinctively go for the war table instead of the map, and then make sure that your journal is, everything in your journal in completed quests is marked as red. Oh, that's for triggering Veilguard banter. I should have put a timer on so I knew how long I had. Should I take a break? I can't risk it. I was going to, my thought was I would do the Altar of Mythal quest and then take a break and then come back and do the finale. That was my thought. But maybe I'll try and get banter and then take a break and then do Altar of Mythal in the finale. Anyway, how's everyone's days going? I suppose I could at least look at the... Ooh, look. Ooh, so pretty. Wow. With the northern lights and the moon. Now that they have a post... Oh, that's right. Mom had her gum graft today. You know what? I knew that too. Well, that's fun. You know, wish her speedy recovery. That's, I don't know, you had it done. I imagine it's a painful and not super fun time. Rosale Play also had it done. She was like, this is awful. Yeah. I mean, your mouth is fortunately one of the faster healing places, but it's also the most annoying place to have injured. So it's a little comfort that, like, well, this will heal faster than if it was somewhere else, but it's like, yeah. Oh, it sounds like they didn't drug her up as much as you either. Ah, that sucks. That sucks. I wonder if the younger you are, the more they're like, you can handle it and they maybe drug you up more. Yeah, I don't know what considerations go into that. That or they were just not forthcoming with it, because it's true we have the time where I don't know, where sometimes they're weirdly stingy. And you can never, just depending on who's doing it, the doctor or the dentist or whoever. I say it being dental procedures generally, not just surgery or mouth gum stuff. You think the 16 needles you needed for that freezing is maybe why you're scared of them now? Yeah, I remember you having mentioned that before and being like, yeah, I could see how that, well, because how old were you? I feel like, because Saberni was more recent, I feel like if you had 16 needles during your formative years, 16, 17, I feel like is still early enough to, you know, maybe not be formative years, but still be like, still locking in your great fears, you know? I feel like with you, they didn't start until until you were like, this is a good level of drug. Whereas with Mom, they said to indicate during the procedure. Oh, I don't like that at all. Which is hard when your mouth. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. If you've already started, then what? It's too late. What are you talking about? What the fuck? The needles were the worst part. Yeah, I can believe that. I can very, very believe that. Yeah. Yeah. You did not get drugs other than the freezing. Yeah. Ugh. After that, you listen to Red Web and Space right out. That's beautiful. That is, that's the beauty of podcasts and drugs. Yeah. So were you actually like, yeah, actually like drugged, I guess a little like kind of out of it rather than just freezing? Yeah, out of it. Yeah, I do think there's something to be said for that over freezing, which I'm sure there are like risk reasons to choose one over the other, but if you're out of it, even if you're semi-aware, even if you're not unconscious and you're semi-aware like you were, I feel like having freezing but being aware, I'm still like freaking out.
If it helps enough people, it becomes more wondering, wishing, touched by them. Maker loves you and it grows.
Okay, there.
But I am me. Will I be more one day if I help enough?
He's got.
Is this a task? Time?
He's got to talk about himself first.
No. It is a mistake to ascribe human motivations to them.
So I am always this.
You are always you.
You are always you. I should have known he was going to have some. He still has some like post becoming human banter to do. Good evening. Good evening. You can still taste all the blood even with just the freezing. Yeah, and you're like oh, but she does have dissolvable stitches. Okay, well that's good at least. Though those feel weird. I remember I had dissolvable stitches for my wisdom teeth. But Getting them removed was awful. Yeah, I would prefer at least weird dissolvableness than getting them removed. I've never had to. I've only ever had dissolvable stitches for everything. Dental work is indeed the topic. We have Rosalie and Saberni have both had gum grafts done before, and we were chatting about it because today my mom got a gum graft, and I was checking in with how she did. You don't remember, so you imagine yours were dissolvable? Yeah, I mean, I think that's the go-to. Surely. I guess maybe it depends. Maybe it depends on what the procedure was. Also, wait, I gotta see what Catherine was reacting to. The surgeon's long-ass nails pinching your lip through his gloves were more memorably traumatizing. That, upsetting. You and Mom got your gum grafts in the same place. Yeah, I mean, I assume even when the procedure is the same and it's like, I don't know, like maybe something goes differently and they choose a different, I don't know. I don't know how any of this works. Like if there is something that in the moment would make them change like their mind about which way they go. Cause I don't know what the pros and cons are with one versus the other. I guess if they were feeling like the stitches, like maybe if they felt like the stitches we're going to need to be in longer or something. Her post-op instructions are different too. It has been a couple different years, but I guess different ways for it to have gone, different, what's the word I'm looking for? Not comorbidities, but something along that train of thought. So a mention of gum grafting, you had that really to your three dental implants. Too many. What fun indeed. So the chat being smooth gummed, smooth roof of mouthed, that continues. Chat is still all gum graft up in there. Or just surgeon preference? Yeah. How much is actually being sewn? Yeah. Like I bet you there's a multitude of factors there. You are the cool kids. Do you think I can talk about gum grafts for another like 12 minutes to get more banter? Is there just one? Cullen Solas. Cullen Solas. I'll make y'all watch the previously on again. That was 13 minutes. Is all of their banter is interesting. I've never ever been disappointed to get a banter from them. You did miss it. That's true. Came in later. Maybe I'll play it again as like break. Mom wanted to watch the Blacklist. Right, you've all been watching the Blacklist together. That's fun. I mean, fair enough. And she, having had a gum graft today, does have control of the what you watch. That I think is very fair. Yeah. Okay, what if I take a small break? I'll leave the sound on in case. Now she's watching Disaster Decks. What a delightful. That is a great comfort show I think that's perfect for recovering from dental surgery. I do have it here. Okay, I might leave it on the screen and take like a quick break right now and come back, but just in case, I will leave it on this screen in case they banter while I'm gone, and I'll be sad to have missed it, but at least I'll have it, at least I will have it somewhere. But yeah, I shouldn't be gone for long enough to miss that, so okay, all right. I will be right back. I will be involved in the banter. That's so exciting. I don't think I've ever had. Okay, hold on. My face has to come back. I don't think. Or I can be. Oh, okay. Okay. So I should go right now because in theory I have a couple more minutes before it happens. I'm going to be so fast. I just have to pee. If you're remembering correctly, copy that. Yeah, I feel like the banter that you're involved in is rare. And it's always exciting when it happens. Again, I should have timed it. Because I can't do this again. I said I was only going to do it once, but then it wasn't. If it's not again this time, we'll just give up, and I'll just have to look it up and yeah, we'll play it that way. I'll look it up after. Just remind me to do that. We don't want to sunken cost fallacy this and stay here for like 2 hours waiting for the right banter to come up. Yeah. I was like, I'm not worried about the stream going long because this, in my recollection, is that the final mission doesn't take too long. But I forgot about going to the altar of Mythal, and I also am now, just because that knowledge is in my mind, taking my sweet time with everything. We're like almost at the 2-hour mark. That includes breaks, but we're almost at the 2-hour mark, and we haven't started the final mission yet. But I had to get broken up with and be sad about it, you know? Have our face... We don't have our face tattoos anymore, which is unrelated to the breaking up, but happened in the same scene. All right. Well, I haven't had a gum graft. That's my contribution to that conversation. But a few people in my family have, so it's not unlikely. But yeah. But I've only ever had dissolvable stitches for anything, including non-dental surgeries. Yes, the Inquisitor will have the opportunity for a nice bath. Yes. So, yeah. Anyway, what we're trying to do, I should explain for anyone who's just shown up, why are we standing on this, as lovely and ambient as it is? It's because... So we were romancing Solas. Solas just broke up with us. He won't say why. He's being all cryptic and dramatic about it. And he got so... We tried to talk to him again afterwards, and he was all formal, and it was rude. And so then I found out that, like, it's too bad that the breakup happens so close to the end of the game, because you don't end up doing a lot of wandering around. So you miss out on some of the post-breakup party banter that happens, specifically between Cole and Solas. So I have, to that end, taken just Cole and Solas out, and we're just standing, hoping for them to banter. But they bantered about Cole's self-actualization instead, which I guess is important and fair, and I would love to hear that banter normally. I just want them to talk about me. Bad boyfriend indeed. Well, I guess not bad boyfriend, because he's not boyfriend anymore. We broke up. Sad. And the whole time, once again, I cannot be spoiled because I have played before. I can be spoiled for Veilguard stuff. I'm still behind on that. But in terms of what we learn in Inquisition and its subsequent DLCs, I can't be spoiled. But chat doesn't know, so we're still keeping things spoiler-free. But yeah, so I've just been like... Use your words, Solas. Explain what's going on, Solas. What's up, man? Hey, man, what's up? What's up? Just chat some more. Anyway, like I said, we're going to give up. If we don't get it after this, we'll give up and we'll go start actually questing and doing interesting stuff. Yeah. Not me. I just don't think, maybe I have. No, I don't, because I always save this, like I always have everything done by this point. So I don't run around with Solas and Cole anymore at this point. So I don't think I've ever gotten it before. And then, though, like, this is reminding me that, okay, I could do, if I wanted to do one of the other DLC at this point, that I could. And I'll keep that in mind for future playthroughs. Because it may seem a little bit anticlimactic. Maybe the descent, because I feel like you can power through the descent faster. Especially if you ignore the gear quest. But yeah. Just to try and get some banter about some stuff. I did just do Hack-On, but I did Hack-On, then I did the Descent, and then I did What Pride Had Wrought, which is not a DLC. That's the main one. The reason I'm standing in the Jaws of Hack-On setting right now is because I remembered at one point getting banter at this location. So when I was trying to get banter, I came back here. But this is not directly post Jaws of Hack-On. We've come back here to try and get banter. I have since Hack-On done the Descent DLC, and then What Pride Had Wrought. So that's what we just did. We just did the whole Well of Sorrows thing. We drank from the Well of Sorrows. Then Morgan's son Kieran ran off through the eluvian. So we followed Morgan and Kieran and met up with Flemeth. Found out that she's Mythal. And all that fun stuff, all those wild reveals happened just after. All the Morgan running through the eluvian was just after being broken up with by Solas. Who was all very, you could tell, I feel like I remembered it as like more.
How are you, Cole? Do you feel better?
No, it's still about Cole. They're still talking about Cole and not me.
He hurt me. Hurt the real Cole. I'm angry at him. I can't let that go. I have to become more. Let it make me real.
You may well become fully human after all. I never thought to see it.
When did you see it before?
I did not say that I had.
No, you didn't. It's harder to hear sometimes. Sorry.
Good luck, Cole. You have taken a difficult road.
That was an interesting conversation, though. It's like, oh, sorry, I heard you wrong. Did you? Did you? Cole's more human. Yeah, we have human Cole. That's why I say you chose the difficult path, because he's got to remember everything. So Varric won out. I mean, I agree with Varric. Yeah, I mean, so I've done both before. I do enjoy, God, the temptation to wait one more time, but it's a whole other 15 minutes. That's too long. It's too long, but I want to do it. What was I saying? I've done Spirit Cole before, and I do think there's like a lot of validity to the argument that that's like a good path for Cole. I think for me, at the end of the day, he's like too far into his journey becoming human to turn back at that point. And I think the thing that, like, when I did the Spirit Cole run, the thing that like convinced me not to do it, not to not do it again, because I do think I will have Inquisitors who will go that way, just because I like to do. He's too Detroit. He's become too human. Wow. Yeah. But yeah, I do. I I think I think there was like a conversation with him that made me, there are two conversations with me with Spirit Cole that made me very sad. And one is just like party banter, where you find out that now that he is I don't want him to be reset. Yeah. Speaking of, but that like, you find out that once he's like spirit of compassion, they're like, how are you dealing with the fact that we're killing people all the time if you're a spirit of compassion? Because like when we've seen other spirits be put against their nature in that way, they've become demons. And Cole is like, oh, I just make myself forget about it. And I was like, oh, that's bad. That's at the very least, if we're doing a Spirit Cole path, he needs to go right back to the Fade. What is he doing here still? It's bad. We are just like repeatedly traumatizing him and making him forget his trauma. That's bad. And then the other one is the last conversation you have with him, where like in this version we talked about there's like the reveal that the confirmation, I guess, that Corypheus can respawn and like jump to other bodies, and that's how he survives, and that like he keeps staying alive. And Cole was like, I thought when people died they stayed dead, and like having the conversation that eventually leads to Cole being like, if it's possible to survive death, could I have saved Cole? Could I have saved the original Cole? And you have that conversation. It's very like sad, and then in our version it like ends with you and with Cole talking through what happened, and that the original Cole did thank him before he died, and then he thanks you, and it's very sweet, and I want to cry about it. But if I'm remembering correctly, and again, I've only done Spirit Cole once. I've only done a few, like a couple full playthroughs of this game, so most things I have only done once or twice. But when my recollection of that scene when it's Spirit Cole is that he makes himself forget original Cole at the end of that conversation. And there was something about that where it's like, I don't necessarily think that was the bad thing to do. I don't think it was like the wrong thing to do, especially for Spirit Cole. It was probably the right thing to do, but it like broke my heart that like human Cole is like trying to keep original Cole alive by like having his memories and all that stuff, and then making himself forget about it because that was the like trauma that broke him as a spirit of compassion. Heartbreaking for original Cole. Yeah, that's exactly it. Where it's like, that was, I don't think that Spirit Cole is making the wrong choice in that moment, because obviously that the original Cole's death was such a traumatic event for Spirit Cole that Spirit Cole fucking turned human. So like it like changed his being. But then it's heartbreaking for original Cole, who died because he was forgotten. So for him to like be forgotten by the only one who was there for him when he died is just very sad to me. So I think that was like the main thing with the main scene with Spirit Cole that made me like reluctant to go with Spirit Cole again. Because there's lots of debate that I think is like fair about which version of Cole is happier. And I think the truth is that neither is happier than the other. It's just different. And I don't know. Cole for me has already, by the time we get to that decision, compartmentalizing. It's like super extreme compartmentalizing where he can literally make himself forget stuff. Yeah. I just think Cole at that point when that decision is being made is so far into his development already that it does feel like a reset. And I don't think that means there's like something less valuable. Like Solas's argument is that like as a spirit of compassion, like we should value, like the way Varric puts it, where he was like, he could have been a person, which is what he says if we choose to make Cole more of a spirit. It's like, I don't think that's quite right either. I don't think Cole isn't a person if he chooses to become more of a spirit, and that the spirits are people. We've seen again and again that they have sentience, they have goals. Yeah, that's rude. Yeah, exactly. I think, we have Justice being the big example from Dragon Age Awakening, being a big example of a character who had like goals. They're just they're basically fae creatures, where it's like they have the one emotion that they feel the most strongly, and they're just not complicated they're just not emotionally complicated the same way that like somebody in the material plane is, and that doesn't make them like less, that they're still people. So like I'm not like out there being like all the spirits have to become humans. But I think for Cole, he was so far into that development already, and like Varric says, had like done it to himself, had taken that journey for himself, that it didn't feel right to then have him go back to being a spirit. It felt more right. It felt more moving forward to have him complete his journey and become more human. Now, of course, there's the argument to be made that like Cole made that decision to become human not consciously. It was a trauma response to not being able to handle original Cole's death. So like there is an argument to be made there, I suppose, but that it's like, well, I don't know, perhaps the way we cope with and our trauma is part of us as well, and I don't know. Anyway, that's all that human is the way. Yeah, it's my way of saying, I don't know. I think it is a cool dilemma that I think both sides have merit on, but that is why I tend to favor human Cole over spirit Cole. But I do think it is a really cool, I don't know, I feel like it's a kind of unique character arc decision to the Dragon Age series, or in the Dragon Age series, that there's not a lot, like, when you're affecting the character's character development, you're like hardening him. But Cole doesn't forget he was a spirit, right? Yeah, he still remembers what he was. He still knows the whole story. He even knows that he's not like the real Cole. That he's like some different version of the real Cole. Like he's this interesting amalgamation of both like his spirit self and the original Cole, which like I feel like I could write a whole thing on. Like I love this shit. What is the self? Who are we? Like, because I do think that like human Cole is original Cole, but original Cole isn't. Like, he didn't actually save original Cole by becoming him. Original Cole died and all that. But this Cole is original Cole because he has, like, original Cole's experiences are his experiences, but so are his experiences as a spirit, and so they come together to make, like, a new, different person. But, like, yeah, he very specifically is, like, when he faces it off against the Templar who forgot about him, who was the reason he died, is like, that guy killed me. That guy murdered me. And like, it's not that guy killed original Cole. It's he murdered me because he experienced that.
But more than a game. It meant he would get a family.
Competition brings passion, Cole.
They're never going to talk about me. They're never going to talk about me.
Trivial things.
Why didn't they help at the end?
People wish to accomplish the truly great things on their own.
They didn't give the boy what he wanted.
They did. The boy got a family.
They gave him a new one. He wanted his old one. I would have done it better.
They're so self-involved.
Not what they want.
I feel like I've had so much. I'm shocked. I feel like I've had so much Solas Cole banter in my playthrough because I've been taking them everywhere with me. Ugh, I can't believe they still had more non-event related stuff. Look, I could give it a hand wave when they were when they were. I mean, let's go to the Temple of Mythal, and maybe if I want to try again before. They do have a lot of banter. They might have the most banter of the whole, like, of all the characters. I don't know if it's uneven like that, but certainly it seems like they have a lot to say. Here we go. I was willing to hand wave it when it was about Cole's self-actualization and how that had just happened and him becoming a human had just happened relatively recently. Fine, you guys could talk about that, but that wasn't even about them. Anyway, we're gonna go to the altar of, oh wait, I should, hold on. I should get a warrior. We're about to fight a dragon. I can't just be you two. And maybe I'll try one more time after this, but it's really seeming like it's not gonna happen for me. So sad. I'm gonna have to just look it up. It's just because if it's an interaction one, I wanna do the interaction, you know? But that's all right. Okay, let's go fight a dragon. You think Solas and Cassandra might have more? It's true that this has been my main party, and so I maybe did bring the...
Here, I can feel it.
Yes, I feel it as well.
Oh, sure. Or sure, now you're talking to me. I think that's the party. And that also surprising, but also makes sense. Yeah. Well, because they have the most, like, I don't know, growing to do from each other? I don't know. Yeah, the fact that this is my go-to party, sometimes swapping out Solas for Dorian, oh boy, does, hello, Opteria, Dargans! They just have good conversations. They really do. And so the fact that this has been my go-to party means that I probably haven't gotten anywhere near all of their dialogue because they have so much. I think Cole and Cassandra have a pretty good amount with each other as well. Maybe not, maybe as much as Cole has with anyone, but yeah, because Cassandra is very willing to just discuss things with an open mind. Yeah. Cole and Solas were always in your party and you would switch out the fighter from time to time. Yeah. Yeah, I sometimes would switch out for my bestie Dorian, but for the most part, it's been this party. And occasionally I've switched out my warrior for story reasons, but I just love my Cassandra. And Solas too, if you're not an asshole about it. Yeah, yeah. All right, let's go. See, there's the crown thing.
This is all that's left of the altar. We few who travel far, call to me and I will come.
Hey, Vasclary, thank you for the raid.
Cry havoc in the moonlight. Let the fire of vengeance burn. The cause is clear. A very
Get it!
Perfectly translated.
Oh man! Wow! Perfect! Wow! Yeah. He just broke up with us, so we're a little sad about that. Truly perfect timing. Yeah, I guess my spoiler policy, I should say right off the bat, is that like I've played Inquisition before. I still haven't finished Veilguard, so no spoilers for Veilguard, please. Oh my.
Strange that there wasn't an altar like this at Mythal's temple. The temple was a place
but
of justice,
even though you can't spoil me for Inquisition, a lot of the chat hasn't played, so we are trying to keep it spoiler free. But yeah.
Spoke to her. Then one day she disappeared, and they had no one.
There's
Do you need to do this alone?
This dragon doesn't think so.
I'm here, Flemeth, just as you told me. If I must master a dragon to fight Corypheus, then send it.
I took too long. I was talking to chat and I took too long and the dragon showed up midway through the conversation. All right, let's go. What level are you? Okay. Okay, 25. Oh. Okay. Ow. Okay. No, ow, owie, I'm small, ow. She just wanted to be involved with all the talking. It was just FOMO. You know, it's not our fault. I'm trying to remember. Okay, so I'm trying to remember the Morrigan version of this is like if she's the one who drank from the well. Like she doesn't come and fight this dragon. We don't know what she does. She just runs off. We don't know until later. But she learns to turn into a dragon or something. The point is, you're not like totally fucked out of a dragon if you choose to have Morrigan drink from the well. You're all doing great. Solas, you are standing very close. Oh. Well, it turns out that was a good idea, actually. Ooh, don't hit me. Don't hit me. Thank you. Doesn't skip leg day. Certainly not. And when you have 2 extra limbs, that's a lot of different things to work out, you know? Don't think it skips wing day either, is what I'm saying. Oh. Oh. Do you respect me yet? Hey, stay back! Either you're with me or not, Solas. Thanks for the clips, Saberni. Hi. Are we besties? Are we besties now?
Why did it fly off? Will it come back?
Who can say?
It will come when I summon it. Once. That's enough to fight Corypheus, however. I have my dragon.
Woo!
Now you find Corypheus before he finds you.
You've never done this. Oh, it's fun. Heck yeah. I didn't do I think I've only ever done this on elven playthroughs. Because I've only ever drank from the well if I'm an elf. Otherwise, I usually let Morrigan do it. And this only happens if you drink from the well of sorrows. Is there anything I should be grabbing here? Hey, should we stand here and see if they banter? No, Cassandra's here. She'll mess it up. Wait, do we after a raid? I can't stand around for 15 minutes hoping I get the right banter right after a raid happens. We're just gonna have to look it up after. I'm just sad about it. We stood around for like half an hour for like half an hour trying to get the like Cole Solas post breakup banter, and yeah, you stood around for like an hour getting adorable. Yeah, I think yet to get adorable because I so rarely have them in the same party when I play. So I think if I was gonna get it, I would have to do that. I would have to just go and like sand around. You don't want to talk about, hey, does anyone else have gum graft stories they want to tell. God, do I do it one more time? We have chat, and then we go to here. Let's go fucking hang out in the Emerald Graves or something. Is there somewhere where I won't get attacked? We'll chat with everybody. We'll catch up on what my decisions have been. I could play the previously on again. Like I said, that's 13 minutes. Okay, but I need Cassandra to not be here because we'll never get it if Cassandra's here. And this will be our last try, and then we'll do the finale. Go to Crestwood to force the vibes? Hold on, where's Crestwood? Where are you at, Crestwood? Oh, the vibes are they're not as good in Crestwood now because we saved it, but you know what? They're still not bad. It's still rainy there. And less rainy than the Storm Coast, so that we at least oh, lyrics to I Am the One. Location-based memory. Oh, that is where we broke up. I totally forgot that that's where that location was. Yeah. Hey, let's go stand. Oh, where do we want to stand? That this area does have a few random encounters. Let's just stand over here. No, we'll run over here. We'll try and get a view. It's still just like mildly. And then he just leaves. Yeah, I'm like, oh, am I just walking back alone? I mean, to be honest though, he's right. He's right. What was he gonna just break up and we walk back to Skyhold together? Just being like, so. Okay. All right, we don't want to go farther than this because there's random encounters down there. But memories, here's where we killed a dragon. The only dragon I killed off stream. Wasn't that fun? Hey guys, are you gonna talk about me this time? This is so we've gotten 3 banters. So God, maybe it was more than a half hour that I stood around waiting. I took a break in the middle. We had, to be fair, Cole and Solas really working out the fact that like Cole is, you know, we chose for him to become more human, so he was like working through some of that, and then so they had 2 conversations that were like related to that, and then they had one random conversation that was one of their random cryptic conversations about something I didn't know about, and I was like, well, that could have been about me. You would force the egg to walk back with you after the breakup. I do like the pity. I want to be so clear that I love Solas, and I love the Solas romance. I'm here for the drama, but we're directly post-breakup, so we're all about the petty and the bitter right now. Especially because we're in the time period where, like, our character... She doesn't know what's going on. They had this like lovely moment together. They had this cute little banter before that where she was like, you're being grim and fatalistic just to get me into bed. And he was like, I am grim and fatalistic. That it gets you into bed is just a bonus. And that was fun, cute little banter. Then they went on their little Elven history date. Then they went through the extremely emotionally charged experience of getting rid of her vallaslin, which is like a big decision and a big thing to do, and putting a lot of trust in him and what he's saying and like his expertise. And then talked about how much they loved each other. And then he was like, I'm distracting you. We gotta not do this anymore. And she's like, what the fuck? That is why. So in my head, I like remembered it more premeditated than that, like that he had taken her there to break up with her. And we know that because he hints at it in an earlier scene. We can talk about this now without spoilers, now that he has broken up with us. But very early on in the relationship, when you're starting it, he's like, I shouldn't, it would be kinder in the long run. And then he does it anyway. So you know that like he always intended to end things with her at some point. But I don't think he took her there to break up with her. I think they had this intensely emotional experience together where there's a wolf. And I just got rid of the token of the Packmaster because I was like, I don't need this anymore. I won't be going anywhere with wolves. Hopefully they'll just stay away. What was I saying? Oh, that like they have this intense personal, intensely personal conversation where like she really trusts him and he like reveals something potentially like, I don't know, I guess I can't say too much without spoiling stuff, but like he reveals something that could maybe have revealed more if he wasn't careful. And yeah, and then they have like a very intense, like emotional moment. If you watch closely, you can see, and I was watching this time and absolutely agree that if you watch closely, you can see the moment he changes his mind and decides to break up instead. Yeah, and it's like, I think what happens is he did not go there intending to, Cole, come here. Come closer, darling. Yeah. That he did not go there intending to break up with her, but got too deep in his feelings and was like, I'm actually fucked because I'm super in love with her and I'm fucked and I gotta break up with her now or it's never gonna happen. Now, why does he have to break up with her at all? Who can say? We'll never know. It's a mystery. Yeah. Anyway, I feel like, because again, I've only done that scene once. I've only played an elf one other time, and I romanced Solas that time as well. And so like, it was a long time ago. It was like 8-ish years ago that I last played this game all the way through. And I don't even know if that was the time I did an elven playthrough. So like, yeah, I just had like changed that scene in my head, and so it was really fun this time to play it again. Solas is your canon, you're like 4 Solas Mances in. Yeah, I don't tend to like, I can't, I'm too, I was gonna say I'm too fickle. I have many Inquisitors and I love them all, and many of them I love equally. They're not all created equal. Some I love more than others, but I have like, definitely Inquisitors that are my favorites that I like love as much as each other. Same with all of the games. So, yeah, but like, it's hard not to come back to like your comfort romances. You also think he was not going to talk about the vallaslin and just pivoted because he's a chicken. Yeah. No, I like that a lot. Yes, I think you're right. Which makes me, okay, no, I can't, we'll have more to talk about after we finish today. You have others, but those are your AUs. Yeah, I just have, they're just something multiverse. They're all oh mine, I don't know. Yeah, but like I absolutely get that makes sense. You have your true run is beautiful. Yeah, we'll definitely talk more post-game. Though, like I said earlier, we're not going to be able to talk about everything I want to talk about until we play Trespasser. The reason this is a sort of finale in the title is because this is the finale of the main campaign. We are still going to do Trespasser, but yeah. Oh. I've done both the Descent and Jaws of Hakon. We did them right before What Pride Had Wrought. So we did like a little DLC. We did Jaws of Hakon first, and then we did the Descent, and then we got back to the main quest because we'd done everything else. We'd done all the other side quests, and I recalled the Descent having a really hard final battle and wanted to be ready for it, and I remembered right. It was very difficult. Yeah. Yeah, I like the DLC for this game quite a lot. I think they're all very good. Stupid gear fetch quest in the Descent aside. That's its main flaw. Is the gear quest is too much. Josephine final battles are rough too. Yeah, I do. They are also quite difficult and also like really high level. Like both DLC I like to do late game because I like to have all of my possible abilities at my disposal. But I think there's just something about the enclosed area that you have to do the final Descent battle in, because I think you're probably right that like the dude whose name I forgot, the leader of the Jaws of Hakon, who's you fight before you talk to a Meriden, plus the actual fight with Hakon are both quite difficult. But I think what gets me with the Descent one is that it's in such an enclosed space that if you fall off, then like you're fucked. And you know what it is I need to be better at managing my party, because if I was better at doing like micromanaging my party, I think it wouldn't be as much of a struggle, because I just cannot keep my party alive. I just cannot do it. Yeah, the fight before talking to a Meriden is the fight that made you decrease the difficulty. That's so fair. That's the other thing I guess worth mentioning, is that I am playing on easy, on casual. Like I'm not I'm not like I'm not great at it. I think Inquisition lives in a weird this is something I've also talked about a little bit, but lives in a weird world for me where it's like too actiony for me to be in a tactical like pausing headspace, but too tactical to just treat it like an action game. Like there's lots of fights are much more manageable if you take the time to like utilize your whole party's abilities, and I just like never managed to bring myself to learn my party's abilities. I'm always very familiar with mine, and that's it.
Failed the villagers. They deserve better.
Was that it? Was that the banter? Was that the banter? Was it just Solas commenting on Crestwood? Was taking him to Crestwood a mistake? That's so fucking funny. Okay, we can't anymore. We can't do it. Okay, hold on. What we are gonna do though, hold on. What we are gonna do real quick is see if I can't find it. Should I do that right now? You have a mod that decreases time between banter to like 15 minutes. I thought it was 15 minutes, like default. I haven't been timing how long it's been taking me between, so I could be very wrong there. It does seem like it's been taking a while, but also, who knows? It's 30 minutes default. Holy shit, so no, that can't be right. I wasn't waiting an hour and a half, was I? That can't be. That is so much. I've gotten like 4 banters. And I suppose we are at almost 3 hours and I haven't done that much. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I was about to look it up. Okay, sweet. Okay. Okay. We're just gonna listen to it. Let me crank it. Can we hear that?
Reverse. You are free. You are so beautiful. But then you turned away. Why?
I had no choice.
She is barefaced, embarrassed, and she doesn't know. She thinks it's because of her.
You cannot heal this, Cole. Please, let it go.
Yeah, let him speak!
Perhaps Cole can get a better answer from you than I did.
She hurts. An old pain from before, when everything sang the same. You're real, and it means everyone could be real. It changes everything, but it can't. They sleep, masked in a mirror, hiding, hurting, and to wake them... Where did it go?
I apologize, Cole. That is not a pain you can heal.
Holy shit. God, I feel like some of that I had heard fans talk about and thought it was just like inferred because because of the you change everything that he says earlier in the game and like what we learn later. And well, I'll talk about that more after we play Trespasser. You've been wanting to replay Inquisition, and this is making it even more. It's wild how I've been getting closer to the end of it. I've been wanting to start up like a whole new playthrough of this, like the series, but also Inquisition specifically. Yeah, I gotta finish Veilguard. I do gotta do that. But yeah. Yeah, same Saberni. There we go. Same page. Okay, let's... After that devastation... I mean, the good news is the person in the video did what I would do, which is be like, yeah, Cole, keep talking, Cole. Get him! Mary, you had another dream that you hated the ending? I'm so sorry. Your brain... You have to finish the game just so that your brain stops doing this to you, so you know whether or not you hate the ending like yourself, you know, rather than your brain just doing it over and over again. You finished Veilguard a bit ago, and now you want to do a full series playthrough. There's no way I'm not going to finish Veilguard and want to do a full series playthrough. And here's the thing, is because I'm a Solas fan, and so the anxiety, exactly. I'm so nervous about like where the game is going. And I can talk a bit more about once I've completed Trespasser and we're into like more spoilery territory. I can talk a bit about like what my fears are for Veilguard. But like, yeah, I don't know. There was like, I just like care about some stuff so much that like it would be easy for them to let me down. That's not even like a knock on them. It's just like how it is. So I have like, to be fair, gone in with like my expectations pretty managed and like not like I will survive if I don't like it. It will be fine. I still have the other games. I trained, Mass Effect 3 trained me for this, you know? I can headcanon myself into a place of contentment. But yeah, but because of all of that, I did not do my, you never finished Mass Effect 3. Why? Was it because Jen and I kept being like, we hated the ending over and over again, and you were like, what's the point? I am truly sorry for that. I should have let you finish it. What if you don't hate the ending? What if you think the ending's great? You know, I would be so happy for you if that was the case. But yeah, it seems unlikely. We do have very similar tastes. I loved Mass Effect 3. Mass Effect 3 is one of my favorite games ever. I don't think a single game has made me cry and feel things the way Mass Effect 3 has made me feel things. It is truly just the last like 10, 20 minutes of the game that absolutely beefed it for me. And that's something I do plan on streaming Mass Effect, and like that's something I will talk about more, is like why I feel it. Because yeah, like Saberni says, thematic consistency is very important to me. It's very important to me too, and I think that is where it beefed it the most. Is I feel like a lot of the themes that it had established throughout the game, it kind of threw in the garbage at the end, and so it just there was no way for it to land for me, even when they did like the like expanded version of the ending. It was like, even when they announced that, I was like, this isn't going to do anything for me, because my problems are not fixable without like a total rewrite. And I'm happy for anybody who liked the ending. I know that there are people who are not who care about different things than I do, so therefore it worked fine for them. But it just didn't work for me. And there's some stuff with it that I have come to like be more fine with than in the past, but I did like replay Mass Effect 3 relatively recently, or the end of it relatively recently, and was like, yeah, it never, only ever played the Melee version. Yeah, so that was why I was finishing it up again recently, was because I hadn't actually gotten to the end of my Legendary Edition playthrough, because I played Mass Effect 3, I had it day one. I was playing it when it came out, and was already had several shepherds ready to go from the first two. But yeah. Did the last season of Black Sails nail it on every aspect? No. But was the end thematically satisfying? Hell yes. I feel similarly about the last season of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, where I think the criticisms people have of season 7 are not wrong, but I think I think thematically it brings it home in a way that works very well for me. You have the PS3 version of the trilogy, but you don't know if you can play it because of Thane. Oh. Yeah, that's, yes. I was talking earlier about, no, I won't say more. That's too spoilery, but I was talking, about the ability to like romance multiple people, and yeah, that was yes. Oh, you've modded that issue from your PC game. There you go. Yeah, man, yeah. No, I adore Thane. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, well, at this point, I should have just stood here not in the menu and let us get closer to a banter. But no, we will go back to Skyhold. Beautiful little Thane emote. This is why, when I went to Shape of Water and everyone was like, we heard it. It's okay. That's true. We heard it. And we'll pretend that I got to do it and that Galadriel too got to have that conversation. Oh, you OT3 Thane Garrus and your ship? That's beautiful. Yeah. Speaking of me not being able to pick, when I was streaming, so I streamed Origins and Dragon Age 2 as well, and for both of those, I installed a polymod because I couldn't decide which romance I wanted to show off to chat. And
Inquisitor Llewellyn, forgive my surprise. Your face is
beautiful.
I thought those markings were permanent.
Solas could tell you all about it.
I'm sure. Perhaps we could talk of other things then.
The way she said that is, the word has spread. People know that relationship is over.
What do the people make of us?
There's scarcely a noble house that hasn't openly pledged its support to us.
Yeah,
Let's speak later.
Another time.
I just want to yell at Solas like, listen, I know you weren't planning on doing it, but do you realize that because you did it at the same moment as taking the vallaslin, that now these two events are connected, and now I'm carrying heartbreak on my face with me? Do you realize that? Anyway, thanks, Cole, for saying it. You're a real bro. God, do I need to talk to anyone else before I go? I feel like I did talk to everybody. Every time I look in the mirror, sir, it's just gonna be me with a permanent marker drawing it back on.
Inquisitor.
Okay, we had that conversation already. Oh, do you have more to say about Corypheus?
More about Corypheus.
You have waylaid all his other plans. Now, as a petulant child, he will destroy
We may
the
have said
game
this
board
already.
rather than admit defeat. Be ready for anything. He still believes himself a god, and gods do not fall gracefully.
I am ready for anything.
We'll talk later.
Dareth Shiral.
What about us? Okay. No. Is Morgan still here? Did she leave already? No, she's still here. Okay. I couldn't remember. Again, I've only one other time because I only ever drink from the well when I'm an elf.
My Lady Inquisitor.
Okay. No, she doesn't got
I'll
any
lead you
to
to the garden.
Until next time, then.
I just wanted to tell you that your mom gave me a dragon. I know, that first Inquisitor where he's like, yeah, and then like, he's like, Inquisitor, are you here to discuss our plans? And I was like, fuck you. That's so rude. That's so rude. You're so formal now. My heart was the last thing you called me. Yeah, piece of shit. I love you. You're kind of screwed either way because that conversation is always going to link the vallaslin to the breakup. That's exact. Yep. Okay. Well, is it time? Is it time to finally do the finale? Maybe I should take one more quick break before I go so that I have an empty bladder going into this. I don't need to go that bad. We're probably fine. But you're going to shake the egg until he unbreaks up with you. Yeah. Okay. I will be right back. This is going to be so quick. It's going to be like a minute. Okay, see you shortly. Let's go. I'm back. And thank you for the lurk. Yes, if you gotta raid and run, I can never blame anyone for that. It's exhausting. Post-stream is exhausting. And you know what? People watching as well. Because you just came from another stream. You know? All right, let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Doom upon all the world. What a title. All right, doom upon all the world with his...
We'll be spread thin until the rest of our forces
I'm so sorry, Cullen.
Of course.
I'm so sorry to have interrupted you. With his forces rooted, anyway, sorry, my nails are starting to come up, so my hair keeps getting caught in them. Distracted. We're going to be fine. We're going to be just fine. Okay, here we go. With his forces rooted, now is the time to find Corypheus before he can recover and force him out into the open. Warning, this starts events that lead to the end of the story. You can continue to play the game afterwards, but some content may not be available. Complete any important tasks before beginning this operation. I think we've done it. Oh, you know what, though? You know what? Just in case, we're going to do a safety save because I haven't actually done a proper save in a minute. So we're going to do that first. Oh. Okay, there we go. Okay. Now we're going to go and do Doom Upon the World. It is time. Oh, I went to the wrong place.
Letters are pouring in from all corners. Congratulations, pledges of loyalty, conversions to Andras.
Oh.
All premature until we deal with Corypheus.
Okay, let us be a little bit happy, Cullen. Okay, here we go. Ah!
Did you find what you need, Inquisitor? I found that and then some, believe me.
Then all that remains is
I
to
have a
find
dragon now.
Corypheus before he comes to us.
We've been looking for his base since all this began, with no success.
His dragon must come and go from somewhere.
Oh, what about the deep roads? We could send word to Orzammar, hire envoys to...
Hey, no, I closed that.
Corypheus. He did that? But why?
Either I close the breach again, or it swallows the world.
But that's madness. Wouldn't it kill him as well?
Inquisitor.
He's just throwing a
we have
tantrum.
No forces to send with you. We must wait for them to return from the Arbor Wilds.
Just as Corypheus expects, I suppose.
That theme. Okay, I'm gonna take the usual team with me. Even if he broke my heart. Because I gotta make sure he survives, because he's gonna tell me everything after, right? He's gonna tell me the whole truth. Every last detail of it. Well, yeah,
Tell me, where is your maker now?
Oh, that was in all the trailers
Call
too.
him. Call down his wrath upon me. You cannot, for he does not exist. I am Corypheus. I shall deliver you from this lie in which you linger. Bow before your new god and be spared.
Never!
As you wish.
Oh, ooh. Just bow till I get there. I won't take it personally.
I knew.
I was literally 30 seconds away.
Corypheus.
And so it
Oh, oh, bye, Harding.
You have been most successful in foiling my plans, but let us not forget what you are. A thief in the wrong place at the wrong time, an interloper, a gnat. We shall prove here, once and for all, which of us is worthy of godhood.
Bitch, only one of us is trying to be worthy of godhood. Yeah, I'm not proving anything.
I didn't come here to become a god, Corypheus.
Yay! Dragon! Dragon! Yeah!
A dragon! How clever of you! It will avail you nothing.
Well, you know, I learned from
you
the
will
best.
fall as a warning to those who oppose my divine will.
Okay, do I do this right? Well, you know what, man, I'm gonna maybe wait for...
Enough! I will destroy you where you stand.
Ooh. Ooh, don't do that, don't do that. Ooh.
Enough! I will destroy you where
You said that. Why don't you do it? Ooh, it's enraged. Okay.
Feel my wrath.
I'm just ignoring him. Okay, that guy's almost dead. Where you at? Where you at, Corey? Where you at?
In my time, we called your people rats. You are nothing. A race of sniveling cowards that shrank before defeat and power. Wish.
Whoa. 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 He double spoke for a second there. Oh, there you are. I was gonna be like, where are you at, Corey? Yeah, I didn't quite get out of there fast enough. That's all right. That's all right. We still have all of our potions. We're gonna be just fine. Corypheus is level 23. Baby. We are, it's, you know, like it's a cool location. Look at this floating. Kind of in the, kind of, ooh.
As you wish.
Ah! I mean, okay, I was gonna say, like, Cassandra, go behind a wall. She's fine. She took it. She took it like a champ. We're good, we're good. Oh, where'd you go? Where'd you go? Ah, hello. Uh-huh. Oh, a supply clash. God, we haven't even used any of our potions yet.
For this outrage.
Oh, have a couple. Hold on, Corypheus, just wait a second while while my friends drink some potions. Thank you for being so patient. Wow, it's so nice, so polite. Okay, here we go.
A pike! If you deserve death before the gates of the Grand Cathedral, Seeker.
We shall see about that.
I do like a villain that banters with my party.
Feel my wrath.
You call him little wretch. Ooh. She is a wall. Dragons! Oh. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we gotta take him out first. Or Corypheus will just respawn. So let's fucking go. You killed my dragon! Lots of guard, but we seem to be tearing through it nice and quick. Also a level 23, so we're in good shape. Ooh. Ah, don't hit me, don't hit me. Come on. Getting that leg. I got quiet. I'm gonna try. We're gonna kill this thing before we take out that leg. Oh, there we go. Okay, it heard me. It heard me say that. Oh. Ooh. Did we jab our staff into the side of its neck? Fucked up. Oh. Oh, okay, okay.
Let it end here! Let the skies boil! Let the world be rent asunder!
Nah. I'd rather not, if it's all the same to you. Okay, well...
You and all the heathen barbarians shall burn.
Okay, alright. Okay, buddy. Oh, supply cache! Everybody drink up! Everybody drink up! That music. Where's she going? Alright, we haven't even used our focus yet. I do dare. Whoa! Alright, me too. Oh, where'd you go? Where'd you go? Hi, 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 hi. I also have a fun little area of effect. Fade ability. Ooh. Oh, we almost got him. We almost got him. Oh, you're so dead. Yeah. Oh, he didn't even get to use his second ability.
Not like this. I have walked the halls
Not like
of
this.
the Golden City.
Not like this.
throughout the ages. Do not, ancient ones, I beseech you. If you exist, if you ever truly existed, aid me now.
Oh, we're in the sky. Uh-oh. Girl. Okay, that was pretty metal. Man, what if we just died there? I mean, what a great way to go, I guess.
Solas?
The orb.
Are you sure? We could take the pieces, try to...
That would not recover what has been lost.
There's more, isn't there?
It was not supposed to happen this way. No matter what comes, I want you to know that what we had was real.
Inquisitor, are you alive?
Heh. I guess.
Then it's over. How lovely.
And the sky is healed, healthy, whole. There's just that left to remember.
And it's pretty.
Looks that way.
What do we do now?
It's like I have a nice long conversation.
We go back to Skyhold.
with Solas about, oh wait, where'd he go? Yep. I was waiting in silence. I don't have to wait in silence. I could start talking now. It's okay. We're gonna have our post. Yay! We did it! Dr. Chompy. The greatest flaw of this game, that we don't have a dog. Aww. They had a cute friendship this game.
A moment, my lady.
Everyone hold hands and bow. Yeah.
My agents have found no trace of Solas. He has simply vanished.
Don't you love having a spymaster who can
If he does not wish to be found, there's likely nothing we
send
can do.
agents after your ex-boyfriend? I think we're just baffled.
I just don't understand. He didn't even say goodbye.
The two of you were close.
I thought so.
Perhaps he had no choice. He might return at any moment.
No.
Maybe.
No. He hates me.
Now that Corypheus has been defeated, we have a moment to stop and celebrate. Afterwards, you will be busy. Every noble in southern Thedas is clamoring to meet you.
Oh, I mean, okay, we're gonna say this, but surely we know why.
The fighting's over. Why do they want to meet me now?
You're joking, yes? They wish to bask in the glory of your victory, hoping that some of it will rub off on them. Everyone knows Empress Celine owes you her life and her throne. 1,000 problems remain, and your opinion will be sought on each one, whether you wish to give it or not.
No. Yeah, okay, the way she said that actually worked out, and that it was in character for Galadriel too, to be like, but I did the thing already. What would they want now? Like, just because she's still so new to politics. She's learned a lot, she's grown a lot, she's become a lot less naive, but there's still a lot of it. There's still a long way to go.
Oh, now they're lining up to meet me.
Such is the way of things. Previously, you were an upstart, a Dalish elf leading a band of rebels and heretics. Until Corypheus revealed himself, they could not see the single hand behind the chaos. Once he did, they knew. A magister and a darkspawn in one creature, the ultimate evil. Now you are the only power left standing. Enjoy the evening while you can, Inquisitor.
We're so cute. All right, let's, oh, so many people to talk to. Oh, okay, all right. Okay, Blackwall, hi.
Help stop an ancient magister darkspawn. Not every warden recruit gets to say
I
that.
know, he's...
Thanks to you, I do.
He's going into the wardens with a hell of a resume.
That's me, helping people prove themselves to future employers.
Now that you've saved the world, what's next? Hoping to put it all back together?
Someone has to fix things. Might as well be me.
If anyone can do it, you can.
Look at us
If
warming
you
up to
ever
that
need my
leadership
help,
role.
You know where to find me. I'll be ready.
All right. Can we have a hug? You look very huggable, Blackwall. Oh, you're not gonna let me walk into my ex's room and be sad? Fine. Okay. Ooh, Varric's there. I was like, I want to talk to everyone in a specific order. We're gonna talk to Vivian and Sera first.
Finally got a party, yeah? A bit of fun for saving the world. It's the least Andraste's Herald deserves for making things normal again. Except for, you know, everything ever again.
Sure.
I mean, is this for us or for her? Or, you know, him? Because I was there and I still don't know what's real.
In the wake of this mess, people should think whatever brings them comfort.
So, you don't know? Like everyone else? Fine. Put it all behind us.
Yeah, that's the point,
Still
Sera.
things
We
to do
don't
yet,
know.
right? Because I'm in no hurry to go back to Varric. That's where I was. You mind if people still stay around? Or whatever?
I could use the company, because this doesn't seem like it'll end.
Oh, poor leader of everything. Alright, enough of that. Is this a party or what? Raise them for winning! Big freaking heroes, Inquisitor. All of us.
Ain't we just? It was like, I can't say your family. I'm mad at you. Okay, wait, no, we have to talk to Dorian last. Okay, I'm scared I'll miss people if I'm where is Vivian? Oh, okay, they're not showing up on the map. Leliana, Cassandra. Oh, there she is.
So much to do, my dear. Elections for Grand Enchanter must be held, and many of the circles lack even interim First Enchanters. It will take time, and it may not be possible to restore the history that was lost, but we will reinstate the circles. But that will wait. Are you enjoying the celebration? Josephine was in a frenzy arranging it.
I bet she was. How long has it been? I mean, I guess long enough that Leliana sent out agents to try and find Solas, so.
As a matter of fact, I am. And well you should. It's a miracle we survived this ordeal. Go mingle. The night is still young.
I can't believe it's over. It seemed an impossible task. Defy the Chantry, build the Inquisition from nothing, defeat a creature that would be a god.
Yeah, you did great.
And yet here we are, celebrating.
I wasn't sure we'd make it either.
A rather bizarre feeling, as if we've stumbled blindly into a forbidden future.
I think you would truly
Better than
feel
the future we saw at Redcliffe.
so weird.
Much better. I have news from the sequester. I believe the Chantry intends to name me Divine very soon.
There we go.
It would not have been possible without your support and friendship. It means a great deal to me.
I hope we'll remain friends once you're divine.
That would please me greatly.
Yay!
I think back to how we first met. And here you stand. You are the Inquisitor. A symbol of hope and change to so many. And you are my friend. How did that happen?
I don't know, but I'm glad it did.
You are a great woman, and I will always stand at your side.
Yay! Okay. Leliana, hey.
Enjoying the refreshments? Josephine sent all the way to the capital for the petit four.
And thank God.
I love tiny cakes, and there are so many. Which should I try first?
I would avoid the dark ones topped with gold dust, deep mushroom and anise. An awful
Okay, but I gotta
combination.
try them once.
But it's quite popular in Valrailleux. I believe they call it exquisite misery. Ole. Why did we save her again?
I don't know.
To you, Inquisitor, for all you've done.
It sounds truly awful, but I would be so curious as to like what a horrible combination.
Ugh, I should never have hired new caterers so late.
Leave it be, Josie. Everything's fine.
It is not! I'm so sorry, nothing's quite as it should be. Do you like the drinks? I'm not sure about them.
Dare I say no? No, we're gonna be nice. She's flustered.
The drinks are fine. It's been a wonderful evening. I hope you're not just saying that. You're not.
No.
What a disaster. The Somali was late. The invitations to our guests barely went out at all. And
Relax. Have fun.
It was so wonderful to prepare for a small banquet instead of the end of the world.
Aw.
Do you know what everyone is talking about tonight, from commoners to kings? Us. Tedas is discussing the success of the Inquisition.
Are you descending into open boasting, Lady Montelier?
I can scarcely think of a better time. Truly, we will never forget those we lost. But for tonight, to victory.
To victory. Okay, so I have... Here, we'll start the rounds over here.
So, demons, dragons, giant asshole Vint on a big magic rock.
Oh my.
You don't let it get dull, boss. Good stuff.
How was that good in any way, Bull?
We all walked away. Chantry folk are picking up what's left of Corypheus with a dustpan and a pastry scraper.
That was pretty sick.
It's weird. I joined the Inquisition under orders from the Ben Hasrath and stayed because Corypheus was an asshole. Now that it's done, I've got no orders. For the first time in my life, I can go wherever I want.
Yeah.
Got anywhere in mind?
If it's all the same with you, I'm pretty good right here.
Yay!
Anyway, the only place I'm going tonight is back for more drinks.
Yeah!
To us, being alive, and the bad guys not.
Yeah!
Anan.
Oh, Cullen. I haven't talked to Cullen yet.
Am I imagining it? Or do we have a moment to breathe?
I know.
Definitely your imagination. The party, the cake, it's all an elaborate dream.
Make a nose I could use to sleep.
God, that's
You should hear the stories they're
fair.
telling in the barracks. The pride in their voices.
Aw.
Some of the soldiers have requested leave to return home, but many would follow us still. You are proof that the Inquisition has made a difference, and that we will continue to do so.
Our soldiers put their trust in you, Cullen. I appreciate everything you've done.
I should be thanking you. You gave me a chance to prove myself. In your place, I'm not sure I would have done the same. I should let you mingle. I'm sure everyone desires your attention. Enjoy the party, Inquisitor.
Okay, alright. I think we just have Varric, Cole, and Dorian
I've
left.
been starting to think about putting all this into a book.
Oh.
Right now I'm thinking, this shit is weird, the Inquisitor Llewellyn story. It's a working title.
Maybe you should keep working.
I'll leave the title for last. Naming things is always...
Agreed.
I still haven't decided if I should do this book. As if anyone will believe this story if I tell it. Not to mention, I'll have my hands full with reconstruction and relief efforts in the free marches as soon as I get back.
Oh. Oh, it's one of these two. I mean, he's gonna do this anyway. Do both. Do something for you.
You should write the book.
I'll see what I can do once I get home. I'm not leaving for a while yet, though. We'll have to get in at least one game of Wicked Grace before I go. Curly needs to win back some of his dignity.
I was gonna be like, yeah, I mean, of course you have to go home. You were brought here against your will in the first place. But he's gonna stick around a little bit. Hi, Cole.
He tried to bind me, but it failed. Did you see it? Did you see me?
I did!
Demons abound when you tell them what they are so loudly that it's all they can hear. They have to be what you want. But I know who I am now. I am me, thanks to you.
You did it yourself, Cole.
Maybe I did. What happens next? Where do we go?
For tonight,
We remind the world and each other that we're alive.
My son!
Yes. Because of you.
Oh.
Thank you for letting me stay.
Oh, Corin! Thank you for staying. I love you. Oh. Bless him. Bless him. Yeah, I was like, I didn't really hear it. I think it happened, like, I kind of saw when it happened. It was right near the end. I heard it very clearly the first time I played, where Corypheus tries to bind Cole. Maybe I'll try and track that down too in case, because I didn't really hear it this time. I could kind of see, like, I saw the speech bubble, like, indicating that an interaction was happening. But yeah, Corypheus does try to bind, if you take Cole with you to the final battle, does try to bind him. So, like, he was right to be worried about that, but it didn't work. Okay, you heard it. Okay, great. I was perhaps too focused on blowing things up. Okay, great news. I won't find it then.
I was passing through the hall this morning and a serving girl saw me and squealed.
Oh.
Actually squealed, dropped her laundry and everything. Such a mess. She was completely breathless. You were at the battle with the evil one, weren't you? I didn't even get a chance to answer. She hugged me. This is your influence.
Sorry, not sorry.
Admit it, you're having a ball.
I don't trust camaraderie. All these people smiling, buying me drinks. It's unnatural. Mind you, I can't say I hate the notion of being the good Tevinter.
One of the good ones.
I suppose you can't all be evil bastards. The blacksmith said that, and he spat when we first met.
Oh.
I hope my father hears. He will shit his small clothes from shock, I swear.
Hmm.
You're an example of how noble Tevinter could be.
For Southerners, maybe. Back home, they'll be rolling their eyes behind their fans. Meanwhile, they'll conveniently forget the bastards who wanted Corypheus ruling us all. I've decided to stay with the Inquisition.
Yay!
For now.
You will?
Tevinter lacks the presence of my best and only friend. It'll keep.
I also love you, Dorian. I love everybody. They're so great. Except Sera. I'm still mad at you, Sera. But, yeah, it was like, I specifically saved Dorian and Cole for last because without a romance option, usually I would save my romance option for last. But just because Dorian's my bestie and Cole's my boy. I think that's everybody, though. I think I talked to everybody. Except for Solas. No one's popping out. Yeah, I think I talked to everybody. Okay, beautiful. Where are my quarters? Over here. I know my way around my own castle. Cullen and Josie really bowed in sync there. That was lovely. It's like, anyway, I'm tired. Yay!
'Tis said that Corypheus woke after his long slumber and found the world gone awry. He fought to bring back those days of magic and shadow, to raise himself as a god and set things right. Now, we are left with a scar in the sky to remind us of what almost was. It tells us that a great victory against chaos was won, but left the world forever changed. Consider the mighty empire of Orlais, where Empress Celine remains on her golden throne.
Look at her without a mask.
The elven resistance pacified, but it is said Gaspar yet plots his return from exile.
Sure. I should have killed him.
Missteps, and he raises banners once more. This fear hounds her every move. Fortunately for Celine, her gratitude towards the Inquisition has remained strong. Some claim she clings too tightly to the Alliance. Others know it is all that stands between her and defeat. The Grey Wardens of the South slowly rebuild in the months following the events at Adamant. They declare it time for the Order to emerge from the shadows, to join the rest of humanity in fighting their ancient foes. Rumors abound that they severed ties with their leaders at Weishaupt, and that a bitter war now rages between them. What becomes of Hawke is unknown, save that all news out of Weishaupt soon ends. Does the sudden silence indicate a battle within, or something far worse?
Probably fine.
1 month after the defeat of Corypheus, the Chantry names Cassandra as successor to the Sunburst throne. Given the name Divine Victoria...
I mean, I was going to be shocked if it was Vivian.
A new Templar order and a new circle of Magi. The Seekers of Truth are rededicated to their purpose of protecting the innocent. A proclamation of support for the Inquisition is issued, recognizing its service to all of Thedas. Despite her popularity, the new Divine's reforms are seen by some as going too far.
They would have lost their minds with Leliana.
Former rebels, led by Grand Enchanter Fiona, are left with a choice. In the end, they refuse Cassandra's invitation to rejoin the Circle of Magi and instead reform the College of Enchanters as a new order. The college, they say, will allow mages of the South to gather in peace and seek new solutions to age-old problems. From the beginning, the college and the circle have clashed, and some fear it will lead to a new war of the mages upon themselves.
Nah, they'll figure it out.
And what of the Inquisition itself? Its military might has grown, now rivaling that of kingdoms. Fear of the Inquisition's army has become the true source of its power. I leave Skyhold now, knowing that power will continue to grow. The Inquisitor is a symbol to many, a leader of the changing world order. To others, she has become a target. They linger in the shadows, waiting for their day to come. When it does, the Inquisition shall stand ready.
Ooh, just abrupt change to the main theme. Ba ba ba. Yay! So that's Dragon Age Inquisition. Like I said, we are going to do the Trespasser DLC. So we're not totally done yet, but that's it. That's the main game. That's Corypheus defeated. That's the big one. Certainly we have some questions. Anyway, we're just going to watch these credits because everybody deserves to be acknowledged and no other reason. There's, gosh, what is there to say? Yeah. Yeah, okay, so because I had said a few times before, not to like tank anybody's expectations for the end of the game, but that like I did find that the finale is a bit of an anticlimax for the game. Mechanically boring fight. That's just it. And it looked like it looked like Corypheus got, you kill him once and then he leaves your mind and you never think of his name again. No, Corypheus, it looked like he was about to do like a similar thing to what he does in the original Legacy battle. But he did die just as it was charging up. It's also maybe what he had done earlier in the fight, which was like, oh, you just hide behind a wall. Yeah, mechanically boring fight. And I do wonder if some of it is because I always get to it and I'm over leveled, so I get through each stage too quickly. Like if I had to spend more time hiding and dodging behind the like pillars in the first part, and then, yeah, I think, having no experience in game design, so this is all just me just musing aloud. There, woo, Gareth David Lloyd. We, boo, Greg Ellis. Where we, yeah, just ideas of what maybe would have been fun to try would have been like we have the interruption with the dragon in the middle, and I feel like the thing that makes the fact that we have to kill the dragon first concerning is the fact that that Corypheus goes everywhere with him. So it's like, okay, we're gonna have to fight both, and then we've solved that problem with our dragon. Great. Or in the case where Morrigan has drank from the Well of Sorrows, she fights, and she doesn't die the way our dragon does. She just gets injured and can't fight anymore. But fucking the music in this game. I'll say that for the finale. It does still have banging music the whole time. But okay, so we get the dragon down to like half health or whatever from fighting the dragon, and so from the main dragon fight, it would have been cool if the dragon then is like added to the Corypheus fight and you have to fight both at once. Because again, I don't know how you design it, because obviously just smushing the two mechanics together wouldn't necessarily make it interesting. I think if you just smushed the two mechanics together as they exist, it would probably just be messy and not necessarily fun. But you only played after all the DLCs were out. You have to wonder how Trespasser came about. Hey, let's give the game another ending. Really? Yeah, I do definitely refer to Trespasser, and I adore Trespasser, but like, yeah, definitely refer to it as the game's true ending. But like, yeah, it was like, I'll talk more about it when we play it, but yeah, it is a thing where it's like, this kind of just should have been part of the main game. Now that being said, the pacing of it would maybe have been a bit weird, because it has a 2-year time jump, and it would feel like, but then maybe this wouldn't feel like as much of an anticlimax if you were like, oh, I defeated Corypheus, no problem. Oh shit, oh, there's more game. Okay, that's why it was anticlimax. I don't know. If you somehow scouring of the Shired it. Was betrayed. Or I guess what they could have done is like not have it been a DLC purchase, like had it been a DLC like bonus. I don't know. You know how, okay, obviously Trespasser is bigger than like any of the like Baldur's Gate 3 patches, but they just keep adding, like Baldur's Gate 3 hasn't had any DLC, but it does keep having new content because they just keep adding stuff. I know, the tavern music is also so fun. Great addition. Yeah, but what was I saying? Oh yeah, if we smushed the, I think you could have done something fun with having the dragon be additive rather than just like a break from the Corypheus fight, have it be like another complication to contend with. Once again, they would have had to change the mechanics up somehow to make them work together and do something like mechanically cool. But I think the most interesting thing is you would have to make sure you killed the dragon first. Otherwise, Corypheus is just gonna come back, and I'm not sure how you would work that mechanic in a way that wasn't like either a way where like on lower difficulties, Corypheus just can't die until you've killed the dragon, or having darkspawn bodies nearby or something that he can pop into and come back from, or just game over if you kill Corypheus before the dragon. I don't know. That would be easy for that to like get frustrating, but I think that would make it more interesting if there's like, oh, I have to play a different strategy where, especially in a case like this where I'm over leveled and killing Corypheus is not that hard, or it's like, okay, I have to hold back on killing Corypheus because I need to kill this dragon first. Or if you had like, you don't fight the dragon and you just have to wait until your dragon kills the dragon, so you have to like do something. Yeah, you know what, I said I'm not a game designer, but I guess I do have to design encounters for our D&D game, because I literally just, while describing that, thought of the an encounter that I made for Saberni and my other players, where they had like, they were dealing with a haunting where there was a ghost that like, if you just killed the ghost, it was so attached to the location that it would just respawn the next night. So you had to do they had to do like a ritual to banish it, but they had to do the ritual they had like a cleric friend that they had, and like they had to do, the cleric was doing the ritual and they had to protect the cleric while the ritual was going down, because the ghost was going to get like violent and try to stop it. And the thing, the caveat there was like, they could not, the ghost wasn't like too hard to fight, but they weren't allowed to kill the ghost until the ritual was complete. If they killed it too early, then it was just going to respawn the next night. So they had to kind of pull their punches a bit while also trying to protect the cleric. You were literally just thinking you had played something with that mechanic and that was it. I was saying it out loud and was like, this was in something. And I was like, oh, right, me. It was in a game I made. Yeah. But like that kind of thing where it's like you just kind of hit Corypheus until he's dead. And I just, yes, I suppose they had Veilguard in mind when they did Trespasser. Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because it's like, it's a shame that Trespasser is DLC and like paid DLC, not just like bonus content that we got as part of it. Even if it had like come with the game as like a mini campaign that you could start up as its own thing, like Left Behind in the most recent versions of The Last of Us. What's this?
I knew you would come. You should not have given your orb to Corypheus, Dread Wolf.
I was too weak to unlock it after my slumber.
What?
The failure was mine. I should pay the price. But the people, they need me. I am so sorry.
I am sorry as well, old friend.
Hey! Oh, and now we're just here again. Okay, well here, I'll do a quick save and then I'll jump to the screen and let's talk about it. So I mean, here, I'm gonna stand near a fire and we can have some ambient fire noise. Yeah, so I think the thing that I really wanted to talk about, that fortunately I can talk about now, and I don't have to wait until Trespasser to talk about is the fact that Solas is the freaking Dreadwolf. And I like wanted to, okay, so God, okay, I gotta explain. So I was so excited for this game. The lead up to this game, I was like feral. I consumed all of the trailers and the E3 reveals and all that shit. And yeah, and like loved the lore, was reading the books, all that fun stuff. So I read The Masked Empire, which has the character of Felison. Is that his name? Am I mixing up my elves? Has the character of Felison, and he was my favorite in that book. He was great. I should reread it. But his whole thing, God, okay, this is why, Saberni, help me out here if you remember this stuff. But he was bald, right? Because he was an ancient elf, and he was bald, and they like stumble upon the bodies of people who died while they were like in Uthanir. I really got to reread this book. It's been so long, and there's so much lore stuff that is like super relevant to this game, but also like the next game. And okay, so anyway, Felison is great. He's very cool. Love him. And he's bald. And I don't remember if it was because of that or if because I haven't read it since before this game came out. Honestly, I think same. Yeah. So like it's been over 10 years. And so I enjoyed it. So I should give it a reread, but because there's lots I've forgotten about it. And I gotta read about my boy Felison again. But he was like an ancient elf in service to the Dreadwolf, yeah, I guess I won't spoil it too much for anybody who wants to read it, what like happens in the end. But like the thing was, he had been asleep for a long time and then woke up and then was doing shit, and he was bald, and it became like a thing where it was like every ancient elf we've met, any elf that like, because the lore has it that as far as we know so far that like the ancient elves were immortal and et cetera, that like that was a sign, was just like you were living for a long time and you just don't have hair anymore. So it was like a thing about ancient elves that they like didn't have hair. So when like Solas was revealed, there was like a minor, like based on, I don't think a lot, a theory that was going around in the fandom that Solas was an ancient elf. And I liked this theory. And it was purely because he didn't have hair. And I remember talking to Chromavision about it and being like, well, we think he's, because specifically I was like, I think he's an agent of the Dreadwolf. I think he's similar to Felison in that he was an agent of the Dreadwolf who like has only woken up recently, and I think it because he doesn't have hair. And Chromavision was like, what? After Trespasser, you remembered a text you came across in a small cave in the Exalted Plains about the Trickster. Nice touch. Yeah, I was like trying to read more of the lore out loud this playthrough while I was going through, because there's a decent amount that's on the Dreadwolf. There's a decent amount that's like on different tricksters and different like wolf representations, and like what wires have gotten crossed and stuff. And yeah, but yeah, so anyway, so because I already had that theory going into it, which is why I didn't want to talk about it like as we played, because it felt a little bit too spoilery, even though it was a theory I had my first playthrough, was like anytime Solas would like have, like, Jen and I were, my older sister, Jen and I were texting each other while we were playing, being like, anytime Solas said anything where he's like, I haven't seen this since my deepest journeys into my deepest journeys into the deepest memories of the Fade. And it's like, yeah, and like, yeah, anytime someone's being like, oh, him slipping up and being like, he remembers, like, when have you ever been at court parties? And just like stuff that wasn't adding up with Solas. And then just like some stuff with him being like, kind of defensive about the Dreadwolf and like and just speaking about the if you lease offerings at Dreadwolf statues, he slightly approves. Yeah, stuff like that, and like and stuff where like he talks about the elven gods. Like I mean, he said it again early in this stream, but in a way where it's like where he very much believes they're real, but just has like disdain for them and doesn't believe that they're actual gods. So like it eventually starts to feel a bit like personal. And so by the time we got to the Temple of Mythal, I was playing it and was like in particular, like the part where Morrigan is like shook that there are Fen'Harel statues with Mythal, and Solas is like so offended, and like sure he's pissy with Morrigan the whole time, but like it got to the point where and somebody figured out the all new Fated for Her quest thing is like is an acronym for, or what do you call it? Not an acronym, a word jumble, whatever you call those, for Fen'Harel Dreadwolf. And so at this time I was like already convinced that he was an ancient elf who was a servant of the Dreadwolf. And then the Temple of Mythal is when I flipped to thinking he was the Dreadwolf. And Jen and I had the same experience where she also had that thought. And so we were like talking and like, we were like, let's call each other. And so we had a call where we were like, and she was ahead of me a bit. So it was like me catching up to her, and we were like talking around it. Like we were almost embarrassed of this theory. And we were like, so do we think like, so the whole time I was like, you're taking this really personally, Solas. Is this just, what is this just? And I was like, do we think? And yeah, at the end of that conversation, we came to the conclusion that we were like, yeah, we think he might be the Dreadwolf. And then, so that was really fun. And then I got a good, God, I should find, what do I do with my laptop? Because I should find, at the time I was like keeping track of our messages. Let's see if I can not fuck up my mic too much. Oh God, doing this. Oops, I'm just bumping into it. I'm so sorry, everyone. Oh, my background is someone's fan art of the crossroads. God, do I remember where it is? I should have saved it in preparation for this. Sorry, adjusting my mic again. Wow, so many texts over here, but this is the wrong place. This is the wrong... Oh, see there, I also saved my text from when I was watching Teen Wolf for the first time, and Catherine and I were texting, Saberni and I. Okay. Good times. Okay, maybe it's in my dropout folder. I said dropout, Dropbox. God, I found it. I was looking for it and I found it like a month ago, and now I've lost it again. I have so many folders and I feel so organized most of the time. Okay. Maybe it's not this. Okay, here's one of them. I had them in two separate places. Okay, yeah, here we go. Oh, here we are. We're so excited too. Man, and these texts really prove how much I loved Sera and Vivian when I first met them. So that didn't age well. Oh yeah, and her distress, Jen's distress that I did Champions of the Just and not in Hushed Whispers because she wanted so badly to talk about in Hushed Whispers. But she didn't even tell me which one she did because she didn't want to influence my decision at all. Oh yeah, because I have a text where I'm like, have you met Cole yet? And she went, what? No? You've met Cole? And then I sent her a picture of it, and then she was losing her mind about it, which was fun. A lot of sending me fuck, just fuck, just upset when during Haven, I think. Okay. Me making comments about how often Cole approves of stuff when he's not there. He was almost always there this playthrough, so. Dang, okay, I was hoping this would be the file that had the text she was sending me when she got to the end of the game. Because, okay, I'll just try to remember what it was. Because she was sending me texts during the credits. So she was like, I finished the game. I had not yet. So she was like, I finished the game. It was good, etc. Like, we were just chatting about it. She's like, but, you know, I haven't had some... but like, I don't know, I still have a lot of questions, etc., stuff like that. Basically, you know, without spoiling for me that it hadn't been revealed whether or not Solas, because that had been our big theory that Solas was the Dread Wolf, she was trying not to spoil that wasn't revealed, but it was like, she was basically talking around the stuff. Your favorite Jen texting comment was friendship with Arashok not going well in DA2. Yeah, because she wanted to be friends with him. Oh, that's funny. I'd forgotten about that. Yeah. But yeah, no, she was just like, it was clearly she was expressing disappointment that we hadn't had confirmation one way or the other about whether or not, like, about what was up with Solas. But she wasn't saying that outright, but that's clearly what she was texting around in hindsight. But then, like, midway through this, like, I'm texting her normally, and midway through that, all of a sudden we get, like, she just texts me a bunch of exclamation points and and like stuff like that, like all cap stuff, and then just like, there's an after credit scene, stay for the after credit scene, and then I was just like, OMG, and then she texted later being like, okay, some questions answered, but I have more questions. Anyway, so I knew going in to wait until the end of the credits, and yeah, so it was I too was like, oh man, they're not going to tell us what's up with Solas. Maybe our theory was wrong. And then, yeah, no, they tell us. And I got so excited. And yeah, when she was like, you should not have given him your orb, Dread Wolf. And I was, the energy I had, I was so excited. But the thing worth talking about, which is, again, you can like read between the lines with how badly he wants the artifact and like how disappointed he is that it's broken, etc., that it is his. And we talk about it earlier when we're like, maybe Mythal gave Corypheus the orb. We're talking with Morrigan, and she's like, yeah, I guess like he had to get it from somewhere, this ancient elven artifact. And it was like, we were so close. The Dread Wolf gave it to him, and the Dread Wolf is Solas. So Solas is the reason that Corypheus was able to do all this. He's the reason that he got, like, it's Solas is basically the secret antagonist of this game. But like, he's not working against you. He is like, oh, I fucked up. Things went badly. We need to stop Corypheus. That's all bad. But like, what he wanted to do with the orb is still like, you know, he still has whatever that goal was. And like, yeah, he was the one to give it to Corypheus, and like, so that's, you know, a big reveal worth talking about. I couldn't remember when that was revealed to like. I still can't remember, really. I'm like, it must be revealed in Trespasser at some point that we know that it was his fault. But like, I just couldn't remember. I'm like, if Solas said anything, if he explained, and he truly doesn't. He truly explains nothing at the end. He's like, I'll tell you about it after we, or I'm like, please tell me about it when we defeat Corypheus, and he's like, if we're still alive, yeah, I will. And I do wonder, like, do you think he believed in the moment that he would, and it was similar to him chickening out and talking about the vallaslin instead of him being the Dreadwolf in that moment? Because we can say that now. We can specifically be like, we think he was going to tell her the truth about him, rather than the vallaslin. Yes, because he's a chicken. So yeah, like because I am, okay, so I tend to lean that way as well, that he was in that moment like, yes, I will tell you afterwards. And he chickens out again. And I do wonder if like him being upset that the orb is broken, if that had anything to do with it. And like, yeah. There's a fun one that's just a drunk text of Jen just texting Mary with many Y's, and then Mary, Mary, Mary. The last two Marys are one word. And then it said, I had all the beer, and I wanted to tell you that Dragon Age Inquisition is the best. Amazing. I think your companions distracted you and he lost like momentum and chickened out. Yeah, like that's why he bounced. He just keeps being like, he keeps intending to do the right thing, and then it's like, if it doesn't happen in the moment, then he can't do it. And so if anything gets in the way of it, that's it. Pull it together, man. But yeah, anyway, very interesting character, very interesting romance, sure to make, things interesting as we go. Yeah. Man, I cannot tell you how hype I was at that Dreadwolf reveal, because it was just like, I have never been, I feel like, so satisfied with a twist. Because it's not so on the nose that when it happens, you're like, oh, is that supposed to be a secret? It was very much like, I fucking knew it. This is sick. I fucking knew it. No big deal. I was dating an elven god. Yeah. And just like, and like I'd already, and especially I guess like post Flemeth's Mythal reveal, because I had not clocked that. I think like looking into it after the fact that more people had clocked, maybe not Mythal specifically, but like I guess I'd clocked the like change in Flemeth's character design in Dragon Age 2 and how it seemed to like match up with some elven stuff. The fact that she seemed to have a kinship with the elves despite by all appearances being human. Like there was stuff that you could pick up there that doesn't come totally out of nowhere either. Though it is important to acknowledge my Llewellyn was an atheist, so even funnier. That is even funnier. You're like, I won't believe in God until he fucks me. So then, yeah, I guess it's worth noting that, like, so Flemeth is Mythal in a different way than Solas is the Dreadwolf, because Flemeth is Mythal in that, like, she has a piece of the spirit of Mythal in her and therefore is Mythal, but is also Flemeth, whereas Solas is just, like, his other name. Solas is not, like, possessing. He was, like she mentioned, he was slumbering. He was, like, you had the I don't believe in God's option in the finale. Amazing. Incredible. Incredible. But yeah, that like Solas as the Dreadwolf was, you know, we were right about the ancient elf sleeping, because they have like a magical sleep where they can just like sleep for a while. And I really gotta, with the Dreadwolf over her shoulder. I mean, he kind of agrees with her, because he doesn't think he's a god. He doesn't think the other elven gods are gods. He just, he's like, those are his asshole friends. Yeah. You know, it actually worked out. Yeah. Well matched. It was, yeah, beautiful. Yeah. Yeah, because you could have a situation where it's like very awkward where, because I don't know, I feel like we played our Galadriel 2 a little more like agnostic, I guess, where she was just kind of like, I don't know, but it feels like an important part of my culture, and whether or not it's actually real isn't that important to me. So yeah. Yeah, whereas like I could see it being deeply uncomfortable to like be playing as a Dalish elf who like worships the elven gods and then romance Solas and then be like, oh no. Who's like, you know what? You can't tell her. It's a power imbalance there. You gotta really, yeah. Anyway. And my first Leliana I already knew because my first playthrough I was a dwarf. I played a dwarven character. So, yeah. And then my second and third characters happened kind of simultaneously. I had a human mage, a Trevelyan, who I made with the intentions of romancing Cullen because I'd been waiting to do that for forever. Oh, that's true. Your Leliana was your second. Well, there you go. You had a little bit of foreknowledge, though perhaps did not realize quite how perfectly it would work out. But yeah. My second playthrough was a Trevelyan, and I would say I was a bit into that when I started my Leliana playthrough. They happened kind of simultaneously. Until I got to about Haven, at which point I started really concentrating on my Trevelyan playthrough. And then towards the end of my Trevelyan playthrough, Trespasser came out, and I went, oh fuck, I want to play Trespasser with my Leliana. So then I went back and I actually finished my Leliana playthrough before my Trevelyan playthrough in order to, do that. Maybe the atheism was a deliberate choice and you just don't remember. I mean, yeah, it's been so long. I don't remember how much of stuff was like stuff that I like. When it comes to the theories that I had, I don't remember how much of it was stuff like that I was like Tumblr fandom was where most of my discussions were happening. And I don't remember how much of it was like that was suggested on Tumblr and I went, ooh, I like that theory and latched onto it. And how much of it is stuff that I kind of got to on my own and then found that there were communities that were also theorizing the same thing. I want to say the bald elf thing I came to on my own because it's just that silly that I was just like, oh yeah, because the other thing I remembered talking to Jen about on this call was like how I was like the whole time all the ancient like Abelas and all the ancient elves you meet at the Temple of Mythal have hoods up and like I think they're all bald, but like the whole time I was like, put your hoods down, are ancient elves all bald? Put your hoods down. Because I like for some reason in my brain, if it was confirmed that all those ancient elves also didn't have hair, then like Solas was definitely an ancient elf. But yeah. Oh, anyway, okay. Turns out there's more for me to talk about than I thought. I mean, all of this, I'm going to have so much more to say even after Trespasser. So in the meantime, let's talk about the future of Dragon Age on this channel. The plan, I think, is to go right into Trespasser next week. I don't think I'm going to wait. I think I'm going to take advantage of the fact that I have a few weeks before my hiatus has to start to just finish and clean things up. Well, and what's his... Yes, so that was like... yes, I know who you're talking about. The keeper of the Dalish Zathrian. Yes, the keeper of the Dalish clan that you help out and try to get on your side in Origins, or that you can help the werewolves instead. That was something we brought up too, where it was like, okay, we don't White Tuvok. Yeah. He also definitely came up in our discussions, and I'm sure you were in some of these discussions too, because like some of them would have been just while like Inquisition stuff was coming out, and probably while you were playing through the series for the first time and stuff. But like, but yeah, so Zathrian, we were like, he's obviously like not an ancient elf. However, is there something about like elves live long enough they just don't have hair anymore, because he was immortal, and old, right? Like he'd been immortal for a minute. He'd done that whole shit. Like they had because that's like a discussion they have is like, yeah, maybe they'll just get tired of styling it and they shave it up. Well, that's the thing. So I guess like minor spoilers for Veilguard, but like you do get some flashbacks of ancient elves, and they have hair back in the day. So they don't. It's not that hair didn't come from mortality later. They had it back in the day, and it's beautiful. They are styling it. It looks great. So maybe they were just like, this is too much effort. They look so good. Yeah. Well, and it was like an interesting, I feel like, and it was a weird thing where it was like, I feel like the biggest thing against me, I was going to say Solas has his hair in his early concept art, because I was going to say that, because I was going to bring up Solas's concept art as like one of the things that I was like, this is the main argument against my theory that he's an ancient elf, is that in the concept art he has hair. Like I was just so focused on the hair being an indicator of whether or not an elf was a secret ancient elf or not. Yeah. No, I think I went into the game thinking he was an ancient elf, and I do think it was in the game proper that I started thinking Agent of the Dreadwolf, though that, again, from reading Masked Empire and Felison being an Agent of the Dreadwolf, had that, like, character concept foremost in my mind, so I think that probably helped along, and there's, like, those little things. And I did bring Solas with me pretty much everywhere, I think, my first playthrough. Because I was curious. Yeah. Oh, I was about to just have opinions on stuff that I was like, no, we should wait till we get to Veilguard. I guess what I will say is, as far as I know, and I haven't finished Veilguard, so I could be wrong, but as far as I know, this was our last appearance with Kate Mulgrew as Flemeth, and just, she's so good, and like, I think she kills it in that last scene too. Like her and David Lloyd are just like, they're just the emotions that are happening in that last scene where it's like, oh, they like, I don't know, you just immediately know that there is so much history there, and yeah, they just, it immediately brings up so many questions about like Fenrir and Mythal and like what is up there, and like, and just a great voice, just such a good voice to listen to. So anyway, I will say I understand that she's the voice of Flemeth specifically, but I did miss her in I did miss her in the opportunities I think that they could have had to have her in Veilguard. I would have been quite happy to hear her again, because I think she lends a gravitas to the role that is just excellent, but also has like some emotional nuance, and I also like that her design. You like her more. That's what I'm saying. Also, again, I'll talk about it more when we get there. But so I think I do want to play Veilguard on stream at some point. I have no idea when, because I have to finish it first. I've said this before, that I want my first playthrough of Veilguard to be just for me. So I do need to finish it, and it has been taking me a long time to finish. Turns out I'm just like busier and on the road more than I was 10 years ago, and it has, perhaps not grabbed me the same way the other Dragon Age games have, but yeah, it turns out 10 years is what it took to make it hard for me to to finish a game. So yeah, I do intend to finish it first before I stream it. So it'll be a while before, because I'll want to finish it, and the anxiety dreams really got you. Yeah, I haven't really had those, fortunately. Yeah, I listen, I hope I really, I hope I like it, and I really like the ending. I would even hope that I love it, but that's that's just what I've prepared myself for. But I will carry on if I don't like it. But I still have the rest of the series here for me. But I will say, yeah, I was like the things. I feel like I've enjoyed the main missions I've done so far in Veilguard, and I certainly enjoy the combat. The combat is very fun. So yes, so I have that going for me. So anyway, I'll want to leave enough time between finishing Veilguard before I play it on stream again, though maybe, we talked about it earlier in the stream, maybe I'll want to play it right again immediately after finishing it. That happens sometimes. Certainly finishing Inquisition, almost, is making me want to just play it more. Yep. But yeah, you're actually, you started playing Palia again, so at least you're actually gaming. Yeah, and I have, it's the thing is I found a few games that I'm doing comfort game runs and stuff, which makes it tricky. Oh, and I was playing, because I wanted to try out The Last of Us on PC, came on sale, so I was giving that a go. So I do see myself playing a lot of that, and I don't know, maybe I'll stream The Last of Us at some point. I think I could do it. But maybe Cinema Buns wants to stream that. I know he really loves The Last of Us series. I still haven't played part 2, so, but I don't think I would stream that, my first playthrough of that. I think that would be too much. I think that would be too much for me. I don't think I could do it, especially because I have no idea how I'll feel about it. I've been trying to reserve my judgment on it, until I play it. So I don't know. Anyway, I got so sidetracked. Veilguard eventually, we'll get there eventually. I will stream it at some point, but it could be like a year. It could be a while before I play it. But Trespasser, I think I'm going to do right away. I'm going to start it next week and maybe try and figure out ahead of time how many streams I'm do I just pull a descent and try to commit to streaming it all in one sitting? Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Or do I commit to doing it in 2 streams and find myself a midpoint? It is a lot. I think it's my descent stream was 5.5 hours, 5 hours. It was a long stream, and Trespasser is longer. I would surely have to use a guide to make sure I took the most efficient path. So that seems like too much, especially because I'll want to talk about it afterwards. So I think the better plan is for him to plan on it being 2 or 3 streams and just finding ahead of time where the endpoints are, because what I'm worried will happen is I'll do 3 streams, but the last stream is 20 minutes. And I want to find all the lore. I, especially as a Levelin, want to find all the lore. So especially as a Levelin who romanced Solas, want to find all the lore. Yeah. So yeah. But I look forward to that. I'll start it next week. And then I don't know what I'm going to play after that. Depends, I guess, how close that takes us to my hiatus. Because like I said earlier, I think I do want to do Mass Effect as my hiatus game. Because it's something that it's easy for me to pick up and put down. If I'm not feeling like streaming, but I want to do some chill gaming. It's something that I can do side quests for off stream pretty easy. All that fun stuff. So, but if I finish Trespasser in 2 streams, let's say, then I think I have 2 more streams before I go on hiatus, in theory. Chill. Well, it's a game I'm familiar with. Particularly, I'm thinking Mass Effect 1, because I wouldn't get through wouldn't get through Mass Effect 1 before the hiatus is over, especially because it's a hiatus, so I won't be streaming as much. And Mass Effect 1 has the most side quests I would do off stream. But yeah, chill. But yeah, I would do the Legendary Edition. And listen, not that Mass Effect 1 is chill. It's not, but it's more chill than 2 and a whole different league of chill than 3. So, yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'll try and find something short. I was like, if I hadn't yammered so much and tried to get banter and all that fun stuff, and this had been the 2-hour stream it was supposed to be instead of now a 4-hour stream. Even scanning isn't chill in 3. You can't even meditatively scan while listening to podcasts. I mean, you can still listen to podcasts, but it's not like a chill experience. Oh no, what was my train of thought here? Oh, that, I don't know if you saw it. I don't know if Rosé plays here or if she went to bed. But this is relevant to her and Saberni, and I don't know who else. But this game is not out yet. It still doesn't have a release date, but a demo came out, I think today. I got an email about it, and I gasped. The Strange Antiquities demo is out. So I was like, if I ended this stream ridiculously early, that was going to be my backup plan, was to do the Strange Antiquities demo. I may still do that on stream at some point here because I am so fucking excited for that game. Hey, has my chat not been coming up on screen this whole time? Oh no, okay, yes, there it is. It just ignored did it ignore all the explanation? Okay. I think it ignored all the exclamation points because I have the on-screen chat set to ignore things that start with exclamation point because that's like the command. So it ignores the command and just puts the thing that the command put up. So I think it thought those exclamation points were a command, which is really funny. Anyway, yeah. So hopefully it still doesn't have a release date, but hopefully it having a demo is a sign that like it's getting there. Maybe, I don't know if they'll do early access or something. They're a small team, so this doesn't mean like it's getting there immediately, but like it's happening. It's still hiccup. It's still happening. So yeah. Anyway, hiccup again. All that being said, I think it is time for me to sign out and go to bed and think about what a lovely game this is and how much I love it and how great Dragon Age is and how much I love it. Yeah. It's just, yeah. Strange Horticulture is the game you are most tempted to get a theme tattoo of. Oh, that's a great, yeah. I feel like because you can do it in a way that's subtle and then like also like you just have the weird plants and stuff, but also they're just like weird magic plant stuff and I don't know if the creators come out as being like super racist or something, then it's still a good tattoo. Even if it's not, ooh, the plants from the ending ritual, that's such a great idea. Yeah, that it still works as a pretty flower tattoo and stuff. Yeah, you already have Hellebore, your black cat named after the black cat Hellebore. That is your cat in Strange Horticulture. Which is a great game. If you guys haven't played Strange Horticulture, it is got an it's like a cozy, creepy game with like puzzle game, cozy Cthulhu puzzle game with an extremely satisfying gameplay loop. My phone's telling me to go to bed, so that's a sign to do the sign. You're very welcome for the stream. Yeah, Strange Horticulture is a great game. Highly recommend it. It's very fun, very good, and you can pet your cat. And then they have a sequel coming out called Strange Antiquities, in which you also have a cat that you can pet. So, yeah, that's the important thing. And the kitty purrs when you pet. 10 out of 10 game of the year, best game. Yeah. Anyway, all that being said, if you want to catch up on my streams and want to see the rest of my Dragon Age playthrough, I have it all on my YouTube under QuiteContraryTV, just like here on Twitch. I will upload this VOD ASAP, but also I will upload as a separate video the previously on that I did. It took a lot of effort. It was a big one. It was a big one. And also I am kind of proud with, it was a bit, I felt the way I think I'm funny, I guess, is what I'm saying. But anyway, all that aside, if you want to find me elsewhere on the internet, I am QuiteContraryTV everywhere on all the social medias. But if you prefer direct links, I do have a link tree that you can go to that gives you links to my TikTok, my Instagram, my Threads, my Blue Sky, all that fun stuff. So you can find me there. I tend to, especially with hiatus coming up next month, I tend to, thanks Saberni. I tend to update on like schedule stuff on Instagram and Threads and Blue Sky. I tweet out when I tweet out. I actually don't tweet out. I don't tweet anymore, but I Blue Sky and Thread out when I go live and stuff like that. My Instagram stories, stuff like that. So you can check me out there for updates. If in the meantime you are looking for something fun to watch on YouTube and you think my VODs are a little bit too long for just casual viewing, you want something a little more polished, something less long than 2 to 5 hours. Well, the good news is I have another YouTube channel with my friends called Polychrome where we play video games together. We talk about nerdy stuff. We review things. It's a good time. You should check us out. And if you like what you see there and you like the people that you see there, they all have Twitch channels too. A lot of them are more casual streamers, so give them a follow so that you know when they go live. Some of them are on hiatus right now. Some of them were evacuated due to the fires in the north, so through no fault of their own have had to return to hiatus. So yeah, just give them all a follow to see when they go live and what's up with that. Oh, Phasmophobia has an update coming too. Okay, so I did not see that. I should read about it. Because, yeah, I'll try and do some... Yeah, my plan on Monday is to do more Witness, hopefully finish it. I'm in the end, but it also looks like the end is a pretty big section. So we'll see. We'll see how my brain goes. I managed to go for like 4 hours last time I played the Witness because I thought I was near the end, so I kept thinking like here we go, we're just gonna get there, and then realized that no, I had so much more left. I can maybe go long enough to finish it. We'll see. But yeah, I'm in the end section of that game. And my brain was pretty busted by the end of the 4 hours, so I may only be able to do 2.5 hours, and we'll see what happens. But yeah, I'll want to check out Phasmophobia update and probably do some of that on stream. I haven't been doing a good job of keeping track of what the weekly challenges are, because I still have a couple weekly challenges that I have never done on stream before. I've done them all before on my own, but I haven't done all of them on stream before. So I should try and keep track of when those pop up and do those. But yeah, casual Phasmo streamer when the mood strikes and when updates strike. So okay, cool. I will read about that. And at some point I will do the Strange Antiquities demo. Maybe as part of a Phasmo stream if the Phasmo stream goes short or something. Or I'll find some more demos to play and do another demo stream. That was fun. That was a fun time. Yeah. Anyway, I have thoughts of where to go after Witness, so I will talk about that more when we get there, and I've kind of made maybe some more decisions. And then once we finish Trespasser, my Thursday night game will either be something that I think I can do in 2 streams, 1 or 2 streams before I go on hiatus, or I'll just dive right into Mass Effect. Is that too much bio in a row? I should play something shorter before I dive right into Mass Effect. And I will do games between Mass Effects. And Outlast Trials someday. Yes, yes, yes. I want to do more Outlast Trials. Check out my friend RoboDude TV and I played some Outlast Trials. And I still haven't played it since then. So I need to get back into it. But he put together a video of us playing that. And it was a lot of fun. And I'd like to do it again with Saberni and anyone who, you know, is interested of my friends. And yeah, I played the opening the night before, I think, which means you have a decent handle on stuff. My main thing I need to figure out how to do is I need to ping things, because I can't be learning that stuff while I am scared. But Jeremy streamed it again recently, and you were like, this seems fun. Well, it was a while ago. I mean, recently, it's all relative. It is a lot of fun. Yeah, no, at some point, we should play some more. Anyway, that is everything I have to say. I should really go to bed now, especially if, at the very least, so that I don't keep Chromavision and Rosale play awake. I'm sure they want to go to bed soon, if not now. Anyway, so I'm going to sign off. But thanks so much for joining for this Dragon Age finale. Thanks so much for joining for these Dragon Age games in general. I really love this series, and I love getting to share them with you guys. I hope you are enjoying them too, because I'm trying to, you know, show off what I love about them. And I feel like I have read more in-depth lore because I've been streaming. And I'm like, ooh, I must share this lore with everyone. And so sometimes I'm reading stuff where I'm like, which has been a lot of fun. And at the very least, I do also love the lore drops we're getting in Veilguard as well. I will say that as a positive thing also about what I've been enjoying so far. But yeah, anyway, thanks everybody. I hope you all have a great rest of your day, night, evening, whatever time it might be for you. I'm going to go to bed now. Bye.